One, live.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the March 12th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedon, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today, which I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners, followed by a vote on meeting minutes. Then the executive director will present the executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 39 license renewal recommendations, 1 provisional license recommendation, and 1 final license recommendations. There are 13 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'm going to actually, I don't normally do this, but having read the front page article in the Globe, I just wanted to make a comment about the serious work we have at hand, the important timeframes that we have. The Globe did a report about the serious crisis that the commission, that the cannabis industry is in right now. It captures the real problems in our cannabis industry, and as chair, I see it as a call to action quickly and decisively. My job is to protect public health, rebuild trust in testing, make sure honest Massachusetts businesses have a fair shot to survive and succeed. We're already working on cutting red tape, and today we will be talking about ways that we can actually move that process up even faster than we can pass regulations. We built a very cautious cannabis regulatory system at the start. Now some of that red tape is choking the very businesses we license. We're launching a focused effort to strip out duplicative, low-value requirements so we can speed up licensing, renewals, and routine approvals without weakening safety. This is not deregulation, it's smarter regulation that puts our energy where it truly matters. Today, we will look, as I said, at non-enforcement as we move forward. We also are going to be pushing forward, talking publicly about the serious issue of testing fraud and lab shopping, both of which are unacceptable. When lab results are unreliable, consumers are misled, and good operators get punished. We already have shown we will close or sanctions labs that manipulate results, and we're going to move faster and use better data tools to catch patterns of abuse. No lab or licensee should assume that cutting corners is a viable business strategy in Massachusetts. Legal cannabis supports thousands of jobs, but many compliant officers are barely hanging on as prices fall. Our responsibility is to ensure that the rules don't reward cheaters over those who follow the law. By cutting unnecessary red tape and enforcing laws consistently, we can give responsible Massachusetts businesses the stable, predictable environment they need to compete. We're going to cut what doesn't work, crack down on what's fraudulent, and stand up for those who play by the rules. And the message today and ongoing is going to be, if you're doing the right thing in this industry, the commission should feel like your partner, not your biggest obstacle. And with that, I will turn things over to my right to Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for those comments. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin by reflecting on this week's fiscal year 27 Joint Ways and Means budget hearing, where Chair O'Brien, Executive Director Hearn, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer Schlegel, and I testified on behalf of the Commission. It was an important opportunity to advocate for the Commission's fiscal year 27 budget and to highlight the critical work we continue to do in ensuring a safe, inclusive, and sustainable regulated cannabis industry here in Massachusetts. I'd also like to thank the legislature for their continued partnership and support of this vital work. I'm also looking forward to today's discussion around Vernon Hill and the potential addition of this area as a designated area of disproportionate impact. Expanding the designation has the potential to create new opportunities for individuals like Mr. Alfredo Johnson, who shared thoughtful testimony with us during our DIA public hearing. This week, along with Commissioner Stebbins, I also met with Cannabis Credit as well as representatives from Needham Bank to continue exploring solutions to the more than 600 million accounts receivable problem impacting Massachusetts operators. Thoughtfully addressing this issue is important to ensuring the financial health and stability of the regulated cannabis industry in Massachusetts. Lastly, in addition to expanding the Commission's open data platform around testing. I am also looking forward to our discussion today about forming a working group to examine the potential transition from annual to biennial renewals for licensees, a change that could improve both efficiency and predictability for the industry and for Commission staff. Thank you for my time this morning, and I look forward to the important conversations ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank my colleagues for your chair, your opening remarks. Couple of updates and then cover some interesting topics where we should, it sounds like we want to continue to place some policy focus. First, as always, thanks to our licensing team. So encouraged by some of the renewals this month. Licensees meeting goals, one donating thousands of dollars in engineering services to help other licensees, one collecting plastic for a Holyoke artist and getting some plastic out of the waste stream. That was interesting. First, I had the opportunity to attend a portion of Metric's training seminar for licensees on Tuesday over in Waltham. About 100 plus attendees on behalf of licensees who listened to panels on the use of Metric, new tools like Metric Retail ID, as well as brainstorming sessions on what changes or capabilities licensees would like to see out of Metric. Very informative, great to visit with some licensees, kind of Metric related, catching up with our CTIO tomorrow afternoon to hear about some of the AI functionality. I think we've all heard from licensees that the CCC should hopefully use Metric for a number of investigative uses as well. Second, wanted to share with you all that I have been working with the Northeastern University Capstone for their master's degree program in public policy and urban affairs. This is a free semester long policy project where Northeastern University students help organizations look at policy questions. Commissioner Camargo first introduced me to the program when students assess social consumption regulations in jurisdictions a few years back. I believe our CPO also used them last year for some HR policy project. And I've certainly introduced them to our research team in case a need should arise. This semester's group is assessing the regulatory criteria created for our leadership rating program and whether the criteria is still pertinent. Because of resources and bandwidth, we obviously have not been able to fully implement the program, but thought assessing the criteria and creative ways to roll out the measure to recognize those leaders in our industry is certainly helpful to have. And happy to share that final report when we get it back from the graduate students. Also, first full meeting of the social consumption RVT working group tomorrow, including all of our outside stakeholders, including Mass Chiefs, DPH, and others. One thing out of that Metric training, there was a brainstorming session idea of how, and somebody came up with the idea of allowing Metric training to replace RVT. And this brings us back to the need we know to change our RVT program. I know this is something the Red Tape Committee is working on. I know we're considering a study group for one of the committee's recommendations on the agenda today. I'd be happy to suggest that perhaps you and I, Chair, because we've talked about this, might meet with our team to discuss what changes we could propose in that next regulatory round. And finally, again, believe we need to keep our focus, and I think this also focus of the Red Tape Committee, need to make regulatory changes with respect to a provisional licensee holding property throughout that phase of their license. We've all heard the stories of licensees holding property and paying a lease or rent for years. And I know many participants on the Red Tape Removal Committee have already gone through that painful experience and faced those obstacles, but we know that there are potential new licensees, especially the social consumption license applicants, when that opens up, as well as folks who might enter the retail space if there are retail ownership limits that change. So continuing to keep a focus on that going forward.
Commissioner Benedon.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, I had the privilege of joining the Mass Eon Equitable Opportunities Now roundtable discussion for a robust 90-minute chat about some of the challenges within the industry with a focus on our social equity and economic empowerment licensees. Discussions like this are a really important reminder to all of us that our commission has a legal mandate to encourage full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by people who were disproportionately harmed by previous marijuana prohibition and enforcement. It's always really inspiring for me to talk to smart, savvy, small business owners who really embody that priority and who also have thoughtful and creative ideas on how we can partner to strengthen the industry, of course, without compromising public health and safety. So just a thank you to Kevin Gilnack for inviting me to join you, and to everybody who carved out so much time from their day to speak with me. I do specifically want to mention a couple of individuals, Jeff Similian, who I met back during my very first week at the commission when he was just about to open his retail store low-key in West Roxbury. He hosted Commissioner Stebbins and me for a tour, and now has been operational for a few months. So it was nice to reconnect. And also Brian Stryer, who's a co-founder of Capnose Cannabis, a woman-owned business, which is on our agenda today for approval of a provisional retail license. So look forward to continuing to work with all of those individuals who are finding ways to be successful in this very challenging industry.
Thank you, and I thank Commissioner. I thank Commissioner Benedon for those comments, and I want to point out a couple of different items that have been publicly noticed on the agenda, and I once again thank Commissioner Benedon for bringing her expertise in terms of open meeting law and the suggestions that she has made so that we can better comply with the law. Because as we know, the commission has had a couple of open meeting law violations that we are mindful of and want to make sure that we are following the letter of the law. I will point out that we have initially listed that there are 40 licenses for renewal, but number 34 T-Bear, there was a transcription issue between what I approved on the agenda as chair and what ultimately got printed in the public record on our website. And so out of an abundance of caution, we are just going to table that, but we are having a separate meeting, probably 15 minutes, to approve 2 license renewals on Monday. So T-Bear is going to be moved until then. And again, I thank Commissioner Benedon for her advice on this. Also, one of the issues, there are 2 different issues, and it was suggested to me that the standard of the Attorney General's office is that, an average person really having no understanding of all of the ways and, policies and processes of the Cannabis Commission need to be able to understand what the commission discussion and votes are. So one, we are discouraged from putting acronyms. Sorry, Executive Director. So one of the acronyms that we have on there is ICPS. That is going to be the report from the research department. And one of the other issues that she raised that might not have been as clearly described as the rules of the Attorney General's office open meeting law might require is the update on the petitions process. And so her compromise, so that we can still hear, is that as long as we are not debating or deliberating, we can take information under this, but as long as we are not, and maybe you can just clarify that. So I just want to make sure, because again, I do appreciate making sure that we're following the letter of the law in all situations. So if you mind giving just a little bit more of your insight on that.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Chair, for being receptive to me, coming in, giving my open meeting law background, and perhaps being such a stickler about some of these.
I like sticklers.
So, and I wouldn't even say that it's a compromise. What the open meeting law requires is that the topics be listed on the notice with enough specificity so that somebody who is not intimately familiar with our laws and with our prior discussions could read the notice and have a sense of what topics we're planning on discussing. And I did flag concern about a couple of them. So what we can do is that the topics that we as commissioners discuss need to be adequately described on the agenda. But I don't see that there would be any issue with us receiving information. So for example, the research team can give a presentation and we can think about it and follow up at a future meeting, but we will not have discussion. We won't ask questions today. We will just hear a presentation along with the public. And similarly for the petition process, we will not engage in discussion amongst ourselves. We will hear a presentation and then can decide if follow-up discussion at a future meeting is appropriate.
Thank you. And I don't know, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Commissioner Benedon, through the chair. That's very helpful because sometimes we do have questions on open meeting law and posting. I respectfully ask if we could table petitions. I know I will have questions. So, and I know the research team would prefer written follow-up questions, so that makes sense to let, but Madam Chair, I would like to table that because I know I will have questions.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
poor Attorney Jessica Porter has to deal with my last minute wordsmithing. And so I will acknowledge that I may not always be wordsmithing with the precision and speed that would keep everybody happy. So this is good feedback and I appreciate it. So with that, we will be moving on to the minutes for approval. One of the questions that I did raise about the minutes from the February 10th meeting is that I believe that I raised the question, and again, there's a lot of back and forth about the executive director having overridden the final vote that the commissioners took in August regarding assured testing lab. One of the questions that I raised, because it was said that this was a minor change, I believe that I raised in that discussion, and I don't see it reflected here, that I asked for a definition of the word minor. I would like by lunch today, I would like legal to provide me, because I asked this quite a while ago, I would like legal to find in the regs what that definition of minor is. Again, I think that I raised the issue previously. I think that we have actually looked and found that the context of that vote was in relation to approving regulations, that the final vote of those regulations did not approve that authority. So one, I would like that definition by noontime today. Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also put together a few different thoughts related to that particular topic, which I'll provide to the board. I'll do that by noon as well, and happy to come back to that as appropriate.
And thank you. And I believe that I provided documentation, including and I can't remember if this was for February 10th or February 12th, but I believe that I sent a memo that was written by Attorney Ludzinski, and I would like the executive director to share that memo. I believe it was regarding delegation. Has that been shared with all the commissioners?
I'll have to check. I believe you provided it to Government Affairs. I'll have to check with them, but I will
If
check.
you could get that to them by noon today as well, I'd appreciate that. Okay, so with that, just raising that issue, as long as we can, I can get that definition again. I did ask for that to be I would like the legal definition of minor according to our regulations. If we could get that, that would be great. So anyway, I will entertain, I think we do this separately, 2 sets of minutes. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the February 10th, 2026 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Those minutes are approved unanimously. Commissioner Roy, again, I'll entertain a motion to approve the February 12th, 2026 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien votes yes. It is approved unanimously. I'm already at the forgetting my own name stage. Okay. Commissioner Roy, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing the minutes, we talked about the memo from legal on rules of necessity. So I did send a message to the executive director last night. So I'm hoping you would have an update on, when we just at quorum and one commissioner has to recuse, the rules of necessity should be invoked at that. I don't think we've been doing it properly. So I don't know if we have any updates on when commissioners can expect to receive that.
Executive
Madam
Director.
Chair, so my response last night was I believe that we can track that for their second March meeting and work with the chair on an agenda item.
Yes, I think we'll put that on the agenda. We'll get a memo regarding the rules of necessity. And I think Commissioner Benedon was the one who had raised that it is, we need to have a standing
We
policy
do.
about when we invoke the rules of necessity. It is not the rule of expediency, it is the rule of necessity.
Exactly.
And that will also require us probably to take some revotes because it appears that we did have some votes that followed the rule of expediency, but not the rule of necessity, and they were not properly delegated. So we will be looking at a future meeting at the overall issue of delegation, what that authority is, what it is not. So we should get that memo because we will be looking at delegation. I've taken it off the agenda a couple of times because we do have a little bit more background to get done. So thank you, Commissioner Roy, for raising that. I now will turn this over to the Executive Director, Travis Ahern, for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe we're going to have licensing come up to do a presentation. As we always do, there's a couple new things in there, but as the Director of Licensing is coming up, I just want to highlight a couple things that are ongoing that you'll see out there. And I'll also be working with the chair on future specific agenda items. A lot of procurement activity in relation to and anticipation of the FY27 budget and items that we all know are necessities of the organization. So 2 RFIs that you'll see out there today are the licensing management system. I think we highlighted that very heavily at Joint Ways Means on Monday, and I know we'll discuss that later on the agenda as well. So the licensing system RFI is up with responses due back by April 21st. Additionally, an RFI for digital agent badges and medical patient identification is also up with responses due by April 2nd. Again, some of these things are in anticipation of us having the funding to do them, but that we can hit the ground running with enough information. Items that are coming soon but are not yet up. The complaint resolution discussion. Obviously, we have developed what would be an internal process. We were also looking at what we may either be able to supplement externally or outsource to provide those options to the board. So that will be an RFI coming shortly, as well as background checks, which is when our FY27 request. Again, as these are being posted, I will bring them and work through the chair. And then just for items that you've already discussed on previous agendas and the funding that we receive from TSS, they call themselves, I keep calling them EOTS, but technology and security, the funding that we received for the medical platform that has now proceeded into a statement of work. And so in a future agenda item, I'll work with the chair on bringing what will hopefully be a contract to move forward the medical platform, which is phenomenal. And again, great work by the CTIO, CFAO to get that funding through not an appropriation.
Can I just ask a quick question? And Commissioner Roy, we sat through the Ways and Means hearing. It was a very long day. We were there. We didn't get called up until a little after 4 o'clock, but we were listening to, what is it now? Not EOTS, what do we call them now?
TSS, they kept referring to themselves as, so I'll use that now.
Commissioner Roy had, did you not raise
Yes,
the issue
I did.
of whether or not we could outsource some of this digital? I just remembered you saying that in the meeting when they were talking. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so their testimony, thank you, Madam Chair, was quite fascinating, and they do a lot, even talking about AI now and cybersecurity. And when I was listening, it caught my ear that they have provided services to agencies, other agencies, to help them advance their IT infrastructure and so I'm wondering if we could talk to them about the digital cards and see what their thoughts are. And
it's also, and as we're also talking about an independent testing lab, and we raised that, and I think that it was Representative X Zaros. He's a former policeman, and he actually questioned whether or not our request for an independent standards lab was enough, because I think he's obviously worked with the state police, but I think we're also looking at ways that we could partner with either the state police or, with other places. And so it does seem that we might be able to find some efficiencies. And I don't know, if our CTIO could maybe come up and talk about that just a little. I don't mean to be delaying that, but obviously trying to find ways to partner and to collaborate with other agencies so we're not reinventing the wheel. And obviously there are prohibitions because cannabis is illegal on the federal level. So, I know, the University of Massachusetts, I can remember, they can do research, but they can't do flower testing research. So, there are a number of different prohibitions, but I don't know if that's ever been, and I don't mean to put you on the spot because I didn't prep you for this, but I don't know if that is anything that we could pursue with them, or if it doesn't make sense for us for other reasons.
So first of all, we do try and cooperate with EOTS. I do sit on the state CIO council, so I attend quarterly meetings at a strategy level and a monthly operational meeting, so aware of a lot of the activities going on. Certainly always looking for opportunities where we can cooperate, piggyback, and take advantage of. Because of the nature of our independence, it's a little bit different. Things like the cybersecurity that Commissioner Roy spoke about, we're not on the EOTS network. And they go by, they actually call themselves EOTS as well. So it's Executive Office of Technology Services and Security, or TSS. They do interchangeably use them.
We just have to go EOTS.
Yeah, it's the extra little stutter.
Yeah, I get that.
But we're not on their network regularly, so many of the immediate security things don't apply to us. But we cooperate with them on cybersecurity. Many years ago, previous executive director approved our joining and reporting anything to the EOTS on security, and they are a resource if we were to have a data security breach. Certainly try and reach out to other state agencies at times for different technologies and just experience and background. Certainly the digital badge is a good question. We had looked a little bit at the Department of Licensure as to what they're doing with digital in that way. Certainly always looking for opportunities to continue to do that. The labs, we certainly have, I've not been involved in the lab conversation, so I've not specifically done that, but there's certainly, again, I can use my contact points to reach out as well.
I think that would be great. Again, because we're trying to be mindful and we've asked for a significant increase in our budget from year to year, but we understand, and the term that I used, which I think a lot of the legislators can understand, is unfunded mandate. And that was, we have a mandate to do education and we haven't had that funded. We now have a mandate that we have to fulfill, the social consumption laws and create new regulations. And again, that's going to, require. So it's really figuring out how we can leverage existing resources, but doing it legally and understanding the independence, but also understanding the kind of nature of the beast that we're regulating right now, which is federally illegal. So any feedback, if you can think about that, it would be helpful.
Yeah, a couple of other data points for you. So specifically, like Commissioner Roy mentioned, AI, that has come up right now. TSS is focused on executive office work right now with that. They said they're working on their plan to potentially roll this out to independent agencies, or at least to support it. So sitting on that waiting, literally we just talked about it 2 weeks ago at the meeting. So waiting to see how that rolls out. The other thing too is we're able to piggyback off of state contracts. So our Microsoft agreement is under the pricing scheme of the state as a whole, same with some of our other platforms. So we're able to get the state rates for many of these platforms from a financial standpoint. But certainly I'm always open and looking for opportunities to cooperate. But on the other side, EOTS does charge for services that we use of theirs, so it doesn't come free.
People actually were giving them feedback that they charge too much. So again, you may have already answered the question.
I did a quick analysis on our Microsoft costs, and now they tell me we have a better license, and they're kind of like wish they could have what we have. But at least for our purposes, the licenses that we have are very cost effective as compared to what it would cost through EOTS. Now we do have to pay for certain services like the HR CMS platform, for what's on Mosaic, the financial platform, and for the employees to be just on the state VPN. Each one of us that are on that have to use that. There's charges for that we get monthly. So this is not just free either. So there's some free resources, and we try to take advantage of that with some of the cybersecurity testing and training. And again, I'm always looking for opportunities.
And I would just add to that, and then we'll switch over to licensing. But I think the answer, I think, is a good point, which is right now we're in the information gathering stage because we need the resources to implement a lot of these changes that we see coming. But we want to be ready with all the information ready to go when we receive the funding. I think including TSS, EOTS in that equation is certainly important. And obviously, we've now built a relationship through the CTIO, CFAO, in getting the funding directly on that. One of the other interesting things on that funding that we talked about previously is they generally are the funding that they give out for the grant that we received. Often they prioritize communities, which as a former town manager, I greatly appreciate. But in my current role, we had to wait a little while to find out that we could receive that funding. So we'll continue to use them. But I think as well that what we presented on Monday and that we'll talk about later in the agenda is we have to assume that we won't get additional funding from them for the next major project, which is licensing. So we'll be prepared and hopefully request that through our budget and continue to move forward. But all of this, again, coming back, and I'll work with the chair on future agenda items as we get more information and we start to kick off. But very much getting ready to sprint if we receive the funding. So
Thank you.
thank you on that. And if the chair is amenable, we'll switch over to the licensing update for the Director of Licensing.
Thank you. Director Colwell.
Hello, everyone. All right, let's get started. Here, as you can see, we have 5 applications awaiting first review, 21 applications awaiting supplemental review, 1 application for provisional license consideration, and 1 application for final license consideration. Next slide. Here I'll highlight there hasn't been much movement since last time I presented this data. The only movement has been essentially we have added 1 establishment who commenced operations since last month.
Thank you.
Next slide. Again, on this, very minor changes since last month, so there isn't anything really to highlight other than the commence operations. But if you have any questions, definitely feel free. If now we can move on. Oh, so I knew it. I was like, I know Commissioner Roy will have some.
On the, reading the Boston Globe article yesterday, and the pace of surrenders and wind downs and has increased exponentially over the last year than the previous years. How many have we had? Did we have? Do you know, or could you find out if you don't know right now in 2025?
That's something we could definitely work with the data team to find out. But yeah, I don't have that right now.
Yeah, and that might, if I may, and that's, I always more work with slides, so I'm gonna apologize up front. But having a slide that by year that shows the surrenders or expirations, revocations, suspensions, whatever, by year, because we're gonna see an unfortunate pattern that by the time we get to 2025, it's exponentially grown. And so for us to keep an eye on that trend is important. Same with receiverships, having a slide that shows how this, unfortunately, now we're up to 30, I believe, or 29 receiverships. So I think for us, in hearing this AR issue and then, price all of these things, we have to be mindful of all of them and we have to look at trends. So again, apologies up front. I'm always giving you additional work with slides, but they're very important.
No, definitely. I mean, data is very important. So just to double check, you would like surrenders, expirations, revocations per year, just so we can keep an eye on the
We can see
trend.
the trend.
And then a slide for receiverships. Would you like the slide for receiverships? Is this part of the, I guess this part is
A standalone slide.
but you know how we have data that I present and then
Yeah.
there's data that I don't present, that's just kind of.
I'd like
back
you to
of the back.
present
Okay.
this. Yeah, if everybody's good with that.
Because there's no more room here.
Oh, yeah, no,
Well,
this
they
one,
just
there's
say-
no more room on here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Yeah, that one is jam-packed.
Yeah, definitely no more here. Yeah, I think this is
But
overpopulated.
it is, I mean, and again, and reading the article in the Globe today, and this was also, one of the things that, in terms of accounts receivable, and I know that, this was also one of the points that I think has been raised is our ability to do financial audits. And it is my understanding that, we have not really over many years exercised that on a sort of randomized way so that we can, in essence, take the temperature of the industry. And I'm not going to quote my former presidential nominee, but there is a fever in the market right now. And this is the kind of a tool that I think that we can more proactively, whether it's secret shopper or whether it's doing some, financial audits, these are the limitations that we know your team has, our team has, in terms of being able to protect the industry. So these are some of the arguments that, we're going to be making to the Ways and Means Committee, but also to the legislature, that to fully fund these things allows us to protect this industry and also to protect the jobs that are there. But having 30 that we know are in receivership and then reading that article today is a little, I think, troubling to all of us. But thank you. You can.
You're welcome. Okay, so we can move on to the next slide. Again, there's been very minor fluctuations here, so there's nothing really to highlight. In the next slide, we did add micro businesses. Commissioner, you had asked last month, so I don't know if we want to move over. They essentially kind of highlight the same thing, but the next slide has more information. So if we want to move to the next slide.
Thank you.
So we included as the top part, as you pointed out, wasn't including micro businesses, so we've included that now. So all the data reflects cultivators, indoor, outdoor, as well as micro businesses that cultivate, obviously not the ones that don't cultivate.
Thank you, Olivia.
And we are going to be, and again, we'll be, we just noticed this yesterday, but on March 18th, we're going to be holding two, and I got to make sure, Executive Director, their hearings, we've noticed them. But we will be talking about, at Commissioner Roy's suggestion, looking at a freeze. And obviously there are multiple jurisdictions, Oklahoma, Ohio, some locals in California, looking at that as one potential tool to help with price compression. Obviously, it's not going to solve everything, and there's a lot in the pipeline right now. But looking forward to getting your expertise on that, and obviously we'll be listening to stakeholders in the market. But just noting that, and also while I have the floor, we're going to be doing a listening session, a hearing on a potential freeze, but also we will be talking about worker safety. So again, that has been up, it's been noticed, and I'm just, taking that quick pause to make sure that, our 95 attendees who are listening know that that's going to be happening. So anyway, please continue.
Right. Okay, next slide. So here we have the HCAs. The total number of HCAs that are compliant has increased by almost 80. So that's great to see. Again, I do want to, I like to remind every once in a while that the number continues counting essentially every year, because every year still requires a new review. We can't just assume that the previous is still the same HCA that's being in use and compliant. So it counts as a new review. The number of towns with at least one compliant HCA has gone up by 1, from 169 to 170. So that's still some.
Who joined this happy group?
I don't know exactly which one joined, but it went up. So that's
all right. Good work. All right.
And for the next slide. So we've received another 77 extensions since last month. So it's kind of, I feel like for the past couple of months, it's a little bit trending downwards. We were at kind of like 100 average, and now for the past couple of months, it's been like in the 70s or high 60s. I'm not sure if this is a pattern that's going to be continuing, or if this is just some kind of coincidence right now. But the number of municipalities with extensions right now is at 179, so the same as last month.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Again.
Director.
No, I love it. I can see the wheels spinning, and I'm like, I know questions coming.
Yeah, so like the 2677 received. I wonder what the number is, those that have no longer need their extension and came into compliance. So that number should be lower. In other words,
State that. I don't know if I'm following.
yeah, so see, extension requests received 2,677. Of those, how many are no longer on the extension and have a compliant HCA? And so therefore, that number isn't as high, shouldn't be as high. Like right now, if you just read it at face value, you think currently.
No. Yeah, you're correct. So 2,677 is all-time extensions from the very beginning. So yeah, it's essentially just counting, keeping track of all the extensions ever received. I can check with our data team. I'm not sure we have the tools to differentiate.
I think you're drilling deep.
Yeah.
And I think it's good information.
It is,
But let's see what our budget is. so
that's the issue. No,
Yeah.
One of those things that I think is
Right.
very,
and ultimately I would love to, be able to give all the data possible, but we do have limitations
I
in
know.
our software that doesn't allow us to, identify these.
if you really, really want.
No, I was only doing it to demonstrate progress.
Yeah.
Right,
That was
right.
right? Like you guys work so hard and you want people to be in
Mhm.
compliance. And so I wanted to say, look, we had at the high point, high water mark was 2,677. Well, guess what? 500 have come off of that and,
Mhm.
no longer need the extension. So it was just to demonstrate
Yeah.
progress, but if it's too much.
It's, I don't see a way. Again, I'll take it back to the data.
Yeah, don't
in
worry.
case They have a creative solution, but I am not, yeah, right now I cannot envision that.
Okay,
Thank you, but I don't need it.
all right, thanks. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. Maybe another way to point to some good news. I'm assuming that, again, as a reminder, those 2,677, that might be one licensee who came back to us a number of times for an extension.
Correct.
It's not
So,
2,677
correct.
individual licensees.
Yes, and
So,
that's where my head kind of went for the request, because it's going to be really tricky to differentiate, where we would have to find out, which license, how many times was it restarted. But yeah, there are a lot of hosts of,
No, but this was also, you had a very good catch. Do you remember when we were talking about allowing the extensions?
Yes.
And then you were the one who caught that we weren't
Language.
delineating between the host community
Buckets.
agreement related ones and the non-host community related extensions. So you had a good call there. So,
Thank you, Chair.
all right, thank you.
all right. So before I turn it over to Suko for her presentation, so I want to highlight in the renewal packet, we do have a licensee that is an MTC who is not utilizing their cultivation license because they're cultivating under a sister license. We see that a lot with MTCs because of the vertical integration requirements. So I'm just highlighting that was part of the board packet and it's one of the renewals per the motion you voted on back in August, saying, to basically bring you to your relegation related issues.
Thank you. Any questions? Got that. Thank you. Right, we turn it over to, I keep giving you a promotion manager default. Thank you. Okay. So again, you are presenting the recommendations on, I have 40, but 39 license renewal recommendations. I don't know if you have any comments or questions, but we have the list again. What was published, the only one that we will be tabling and deferring until our extremely brief remote meeting on Monday is T-Bear, which is number 34 on our list. Do we have any questions or comments regarding the staff recommendation on license renewals? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve these 39 license renewals. Commissioner Benedon, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Moving on to provisional licenses, we Capnos Incorporated.
The applicant here is Capnos Incorporated. The proposed location is 2 Merchant Street, Unit 4, located in Sharon. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this licensee? Hearing none, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Capnos Incorporated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Final license recommendation, Free Market MA. Any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the final license of Free Market MA.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So now we move on to commission discussion and votes. and we will do update on the Joint Ways and Means budget testimony. And I will turn that over to, I believe the executive director is going to be doing that, but I'm sure that Commissioner Roy may also have some comments as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assumed you were leading in, but I'm happy to lead in and then hand it over to you if you'd like.
I'm just saying, if you want to make some comments, I mean, I think we've almost already covered it in the opening statement, but
Right. No, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So I think the biggest thing, and obviously a lot of work still between now and a final budget. The budget was presented, Joint Ways Means, there was a good discussion. I think what was raised was the sort of difference between H2, the budget right now at about 2% increase over the FY26 budget, and what our request is at $33 million. And I think one of the things that we want to make sure everybody in the legislature understands is the difference between those two numbers of the 23 million, which is to just keep, going at the pace that we're going at right now with the restraints that we currently have. And addressing, sort of the changes in inflation, and then the $33 million request that includes a number of items that are priorities to this commission, but also I think to the legislature, to the industry, and those items add up to sort of what the difference is. And these have been requested for a number of years now, and so I think it's important that they understand. I think the chair did a great job explaining that we do not keep any of the revenue, and therefore all of this is dependent on the appropriation. So within that change, within the difference between just the maintenance budget and the full budget request, is that the funding to update or replace that licensing software system, right? We were able to get the funding for the medical platform, but we really need the funding for the licensing software. We can request it again from EONS as we did, but we have no guarantee. And at the end of the day, we just need to move forward with that. That's going to impact the industry. It's going to impact the data that you all want, that the legislature wants. Additionally, the social consumption implementation, the reference lab procurement and development, the SOC 2 audit at $300,000. I thought we had a great discussion and came on the heels again of TSS explaining the significance of the SOC audit. We have that from the SAO. And then the financial audits and the background checks are in there as well. And that is really that amount. I think those are all items that I think we think the legislature wants to see, the industry wants to see, and the commission has prioritized. And so I think between now and the final budget process, it's going to be continuing to explain to everybody the importance of all of those things and answer questions as they come up.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, and I want to thank our CFAO for helping and Jessica Porter for having put together, I think, a really great presentation. And I think as we know, we the commission, unless we vote, we don't take positions on certain legislative issues, but I believe it's appropriate for us to have individual communications with legislators to make our case. Obviously, it was a long day. We were fifth in line and we didn't get called up till 4:10 in the afternoon. Of course, I made another bad joke saying at least we didn't have to wait until 4:20, which is when we were called. My first budget hearing, so we got a little bit earlier, and then there were plenty of obviously jokes that were made during the course of the process. But a lot of people had left by that time. There were initially about I don't know, maybe 30 members of the Ways and Means Committee, but it was a long day. It was a warm day. I know that other people had meetings to get back to that evening. So I've asked my fellow commissioners. I know that Jessica is reaching out to you, but we will be sending another letter to all the members of the Ways and Means Committee, all the members of the Cannabis Oversight Committee, but also having individual commissioners reach out to have personal conversations with some legislators to make the pitch. Again, just harking back to that article that we read in the Globe today, I think that the cannabis industry is at an inflection point, a crisis, and there are a lot of issues that we can actually fix for relatively few dollars. And one of the points that our CFAO pointed out, that for every dollar that the legislature invests in the Cannabis Commission will return $16 in gross revenues to the Commonwealth and communities across the state. So I hope that my fellow commissioners will have an opportunity to speak with Jessica so that we can actually start following up with personal phone calls to make that same argument that we made to the Ways and Means Committee, but to make it to all the legislators as they go through the budgeting process. I don't know if Commissioner Roy, if you have anything you want to add or?
No, I mean, I think you said it eloquently and accurately, and it was a long day, but glad we had some really good questions from the legislature. And, you know, obviously we were focused on public health and safety. Our IT infrastructure is in desperate need of modernization, and that all takes resources. So I think we made a compelling plea, if you will, and, you know, we're just grateful to our partners in the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank my colleagues in the ED and the CFAO for your advocacy on our behalf. I think it's important to note, and I know it's a figure we talked about, and Chair, you just raised it, that $1 they spend on us generates $16 back into state coffers. I think it's also important for us to think about talking about what that that's a low number when you think about it, right? Because we're not including income taxes that
Payroll
the
tax.
thousands of folks pay. We don't think about the local property taxes that they pay. We don't think about the expenditures you're doing B2B that also generate growth for the economy and other vendors who are even outside of our regulatory authority are paying and generating for the Commonwealth. So it's always helpful to think of that $16 as really a low number and that it can potentially be that much higher.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I just want to reiterate my thanks to my colleagues, the commissioners, as well as staff who really put a lot of thought into advocating on our behalf. We do a lot, and there's so much more that we want to do.
Thank you. Okay. Again, if there's no further comments on this update, we will move to the report from the research department. I believe we have Dr. Julie Johnson and Graylin Humison is yes. I will entertain a motion to reconvene to take a brief recess and reconvene at 11:15. Commissioner Roy?
So moved. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins, second. All those in favor, aye. We will be back here at 11:15. All right, we're live. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I will turn this over to our Chief of Research for the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director, and Commission staff. Thank you for attending today's presentation on the Research Department's International Cannabis Policy Study Report. This report, along with the industry report published last year, allows the Commission to satisfy the majority of our robust research mandate. Just a logical note before we dive in, I know it's already been said today, but commissioners are welcome to provide general comments after the presentation, as well as ask any clarifying questions as we go through today. But for substantive questions on the report, commissioners should submit all of these questions via email to the research department, and we will be following up with that after today's presentation.
Julie, if I could just interrupt,
Yeah.
one of the things, because I perhaps did not provide adequate notice so that the average person might not know what I see, what are the acronym. So what we're going to do is we will not deliberate, we won't ask questions now, but we're just gonna send you questions. But one of the questions I do have, so we might have to raise this again to back and forth with the commissioners at a future meeting. Okay, so you will just present, you'll just give us the information. We will send you written questions, and then, and I might even ask Commissioner Benedon, can those questions outside of open meeting be shared with our fellow commissioners? Is that your thinking, or would we have to I would have to renotice those questions on a future agenda? I have a sense of that. I don't want to put you on the, yeah, I'm sorry. So anyway.
Sure.
Sure.
And so we're gonna submit questions to the research department.
Yep.
They'll be anonymized and then
Thank you.
there'll be the answers. And so I guess your question is, can we have it circulated
Yes.
prior to meeting in like a board book?
The questions and answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the question. The question.
Yes, my question is because of my mistake, we won't have, we can't ask clarifying questions in the middle here, so.
Your mistake, we've always posted it that way, but we're
Yeah.
grateful to Commissioner Benedict.
Okay,
We
okay.
weren't posting it
Yeah.
accurately.
Okay,
It's for
okay, yeah.
historically, at least since I've been here, it's always right, been listed that way, but we're grateful to our expertise because
Yeah.
really the public should have clarity. So not your mistake.
Okay, well, anyway, I'll own it. But anyway, all right, so we'll figure that out afterwards, but I just want to make sure that we figure out how to do that within the parameters of open meeting. And thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'm sorry to interrupt.
And please ask clarifying questions if you have them throughout, because that would be the worst thing if we go through this presentation and you're not understanding kind of like what's in the slides or something like that. But any of the substantive questions we'll take at the end. You'll have 2 weeks after this presentation to email it to us, and we will, as a team, comprehensively answer all those questions. They'll be anonymized, and then that Q&A will also be posted. And this is kind of to prevent any kind of like offhanded remark, that isn't satisfactory to be posted.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Wright.
before you start, Dr. Johnson and Graylin, and to the whole research team, first of all, thank you for always doing these reports. And the legislature does look to them, and they're really important. So my question is, for the public's sake, who are the partners in this, and how long does it take to create this report?
So that's a really good question. So we split our legislative mandate between the industry report, which was released last February, and the ICPS, or the International Cannabis Policy Study. Basically, our research mandate is an unfunded mandate, and it's a lot of metrics, that cover a lot of different disciplines, from public health, public safety, social equity, economics, the gamut. And a few of those we haven't been able to do, such as I've talked to the executive director, Director of Hearn, about, the healthcare study and the disciplinary actions in school study. Those are 2 metrics on our current mandate that we have not been able to do comprehensively because we just don't have the funding. We have an internal research staff, which is fantastic. But we definitely need more resources to be able to do this work, and which is why I work so collaboratively with external folks and get on grants and things like that, because that's the only way we've been able to satisfy our research mandate successfully is by collaborations, because we haven't had the funding. So these reports, the International Cannabis Policy Study, is procured through Dr. Hammond at the University of Waterloo. And this study has been going on since 2018. It's actually a global study. And so this is the only surveillance system study that asked really detailed questions about cannabis use specifically, so we can kind of get some of the nuance. Usually surveillance systems such as state and state and federal surveillance systems that we have, that are funded by the National Institute of Health, they ask like really basic questions like, have you used cannabis? When we had the Valley crisis, we couldn't even discern the difference between, vaping. So we couldn't even tell you the scope of vaping. And so this has been astronomically helpful to satisfy our mandate. But it's really high level. It doesn't get into the nuance. And so we tried to have more comprehensive reports, which were coming, and that's the plan with these grants and external stuff. And then our only colleagues on there are University of Waterloo folks, and then thanks to Graylin and Alex, who do a lot this research. And then the other study, the industry report, is lengthier because the data comes from us internally, and there's a lot of nuance that we don't understand, and so we have to really understand that data, and the data team is fabulous in giving us that data, but it's messy data, and so it's harder to do. So that takes a little bit longer. But we hope to do it alternating years, and I'm grateful for collaborations to better understand the data, because really what research is to do is to serve evidence-based policy. So.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. We will start our presentation with an overview of the legislative research agenda in the impetus for this report. Then we will cover the introduction, which gives a brief history of cannabis laws and regulations and some high-level cannabis use statistics from other national data sources. Then we will describe our methods for the report and go through 9 sections of results covering participants' demographics, cannabis use behaviors, knowledge, and more. We can conclude with the report's limitations and overall findings and our policy recommendations as mandated by Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 17B. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with giving an overview of our legislative research agenda. Next slide, please. This report has been prepared in response to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 17A, to assess multiple metrics on the Commission's statutory research agenda. The legislation states that the Commission shall develop a research agenda in order to understand the social and economic trends of marijuana in the Commonwealth, to inform future decisions that would aid in the closure of the illicit marketplace, and to inform the Commission on the public health impacts of marijuana. This report focuses on items 1, 2, 5, and 7 specifically, using data on the Massachusetts residents from the International Cannabis Policy Study, or the ICPS survey. Next slide, please. And now I'll hand it off to our research analyst, Alexander Colby, who is not here with us today, but he's here virtually, to continue the presentation, starting with a brief background on cannabis regulation and use statistics. Next slide, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Alex. Glad to be here. So as a lot of you may know, cannabis has been used for religious, recreational, and therapeutic purposes for thousands of years worldwide, including in the United States, where its cultivation and use were legal under federal and state law throughout most of American history. However, it was fully prohibited in the US in 1970 with the passage of the Controlled Substances Act under President Richard Nixon. Under this act, cannabis is classified as a Schedule I substance, meaning that under federal law, it is designated as having a high potential for abuse, no accepted medical use, and no accepted safety data for use under medical supervision. This legislative change was part of the phenomenon of the war on drugs, or the enactment and enforcement of drug policies which disproportionately harmed people in communities of color. However, at the end of the 20th century, cannabis prohibition in the US began to change with state-by-state decriminalization, beginning in 1996 when California voters passed Proposition 215, the Compassionate Use Act, which permitted cannabis possession and use for those with specific medical conditions, establishing the first medical program in the United States. As of the date we finalized this report in September of 2025, 38 states, including Massachusetts, had enacted medical cannabis programs, and another 8 states allowed for the use of low THC, high cannabidiol products. Moreover, 24 states and the District of Columbia had legalized cannabis for non-medical adult use. More recently, the Trump administration issued an executive order to expedite the process of rescheduling cannabis to Schedule III. It's important to note here that until this process concludes and any potential legal challenges are resolved, cannabis remains a Schedule I controlled substance. Moreover, while a move to reschedule cannabis would have major policy implications, we want to note as researchers that Schedule III status would not lift or even significantly reduce most of the barriers that currently impede cannabis research. For anyone interested in more information about the implications of rescheduling, the Cannabis Regulators Association, or CANRA for short, has released a briefing document that gives a very helpful overview. Now, in Massachusetts specifically, voters have enacted and implemented cannabis reform in different ways via ballot initiatives. Voters first passed the Massachusetts Sensible Marijuana Policy Initiative in 2008, which converted the possession of small amounts of cannabis from a misdemeanor to a $100 fine. In 2012, voters approved the Massachusetts Medical Marijuana Initiative, which established Massachusetts as the 18th state to legalize medical cannabis, with the first Medical Marijuana Treatment Center, or MTC, in Massachusetts opening in June of 2015. Voters then legalized non-medical adult use cannabis in 2016 via the Massachusetts Marijuana Legalization Initiative. This established Massachusetts as the 6th state to legalize cannabis possession and use for residents ages 21 and older. Upon passage of the Massachusetts Marijuana Legalization Initiative, the legislature made further amendments and adopted Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, which led to the establishment of Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, governing adult use cannabis. The inaugural Cannabis Control Commission was appointed on September 1st of 2017, and the first adult use dispensaries opened in November of 2018, with the commission assuming regulation of medical cannabis from the Department of Public Health starting in December of that year. Next slide, please. Now I'll just briefly review some background statistics on cannabis use nationally, which show some generally consistent trends over time. According to the 2002 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, or NSDUH for short, 11% of the non-institutionalized U.S. population aged 12 or older reported past year cannabis use. This increased to 18.7% in 2021 and 22% in 2022. In the 2022 NSDUH survey, 11.5% of participants aged 12 to 17 reported using cannabis in the past year. This increased slightly in 2019 and then decreased to 10.1% in 2020, keeping with broader trends in youth substance use during the pandemic. And the Youth Risk Behavioral Surveillance System Survey, or YRBSS, found a similar trend among youth, specifically high school students, with past month use at 19.8% of participants in 2017, increasing to 21.7% in 2019, and then decreasing to 15.8% post-pandemic in 2021. Next slide, please. So zooming into Massachusetts in particular, we can see a somewhat bumpy increase of use over time among adults who responded to the Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System, or BRFSS survey. This is a survey that does not go nearly as into depth into cannabis use as the ICPS does, but it has about double the sample of the ICPS survey. The 2023 BRFSS survey found that 18.2% of Massachusetts adults reported cannabis use in the past year, which was higher than in the prior 4 waves of the survey. The 18 to 24 and 25 to 34 age groups reported the highest rates of past year use compared to other age groups in all enumerated years, with a rate of 26.5% for 18 to 24-year-olds and 29% for 25 to 34-year-olds in 2023. Next slide, please. All right, now I'll just give a brief overview of the International Cannabis Policy Study, or ICPS, itself, and our methodology for preparing this report. Next slide, please. So the International Cannabis Policy Study, or ICPS survey, is a quasi-experimental population-based survey that allows the monitoring and study of the differential effects of cannabis policies and outcomes. The survey began in 2018 and is led by Dr. David Hammond and his team at the University of Waterloo. The study initially surveyed residents of the US and Canada, and now also includes Australia, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The study assesses many aspects of residents' experiences with cannabis, including patterns of consumption, purchasing trends, adverse outcomes, and their attitudes and beliefs about cannabis. The Commission has used the ICPS to study the public health impacts of cannabis legalization in Massachusetts since 2019. We currently have a contract with Dr. Hammond and the University of Waterloo to sample Massachusetts residents, and when funding permits, we hope to increase the Massachusetts sample so that we can get an expanded look at trends within the state. Next slide, please. Now I wanted to just briefly give some background on the ICPS survey methodology. So over the course of the waves sampled from 2019 to 2023, a total of 11,635 participants from Massachusetts completed the ICPS survey. This total includes the 2019 and 2020 waves included in the Commission's previous ICPS report published in 2022, which together totaled 4,683 participants. These participants were aged 16 to 65 years old and were recruited from the Nielsen Consumer Insights Global Panel and their partners panels. This recruitment method enables the researchers who run the survey to match their samples to key state demographics. For the survey question structure, I wanted to note that the ICPS uses a branching question methodology to efficiently obtain the most information from participants without including questions irrelevant to their situation. For example, you wouldn't want to ask someone if they've ever consumed cannabis edibles if they've already reported that they've never tried cannabis before. The figure to the right shows an example of this branching structure. One important thing to note here is that even though we're starting off with a very large total sample of 11,635 participants from the 2019 through 2023 survey waves, the sample size can shrink quite quickly when looking at only specific branches of participants. For example, the subset of participants in the branch on the right who reported that they had used cannabis more than 30 days, but less than 3 months ago, was only 498 people, or 4% of the entire sample across all 5 survey waves. The numbers can get even smaller if we drill down by survey year or by particular demographic characteristics. For example, there were only 33 participants in the 2020 survey wave who identified as current students and who reported using cannabis on a daily or almost daily basis. So while this survey gives us some very, very rich data on cannabis use in Massachusetts, there are also going to be some limits on our insights when we're looking at very small subsets of the population, which we will have to bear in mind while reviewing the results. We've organized the survey data into 9 sections, starting with an overview of the demographics of the survey participants and continuing on to cannabis use, sourcing, and other related beliefs and behaviors. For each section, we will report frequencies, means, or other summary statistics to show how participants responded. We do not include any tests for statistical significance in this report. Next slide, please. All right, now my fellow research analyst, Graylin Humiston, and I will review the results from our analyses of Massachusetts ICPS data. Next slide, please. So pursuant to metrics outlined in statute, this report analyzed data across 7 demographic measures of interest, those being age, student status, sex, gender, race, ethnicity, and income adequacy. The table to the right shows a summary of the demographic characteristics of the Massachusetts participants from each survey wave, including the sample size and % of the total sample so far, the average age, and percentages for key demographics. The mean age of participants across all 5 survey waves was 43.5 years old, with a standard deviation of plus or minus 13.9 years. Participants were 83.2% white, 66% female identified, and 15.1% current students. For income adequacy, participants are asked, thinking about your family's income, how difficult or easy is it to make ends meet? And they can respond to very difficult, difficult, neither easy nor difficult, easy, or very easy. In this report, we combine responses of very difficult with difficult, and we combine responses of very easy with easy. For this survey, 32.5% of participants reported their income adequacy as being difficult. Next slide, please. And I wanted to note that the questions about use frequency were shown to all survey participants. And we found that overall, 70% of participants reported ever using cannabis, and 37% of participants reporting using cannabis within the past year. This includes monthly, weekly, and daily or near daily users. Use frequency rates were quite consistent between male and female participants, with 31% of males having never used cannabis compared to 29% of females, and 14% of both groups reporting daily or near daily use. Daily use rates also varied by participants' reported race or ethnicity, with 22% of Black or African American participants reporting daily or near daily use, compared to 3% of Asian participants. Use frequency also varied considerably by income adequacy. Participants who reported that it was easy to make ends meet reported just under half the rate of daily use reported by participants who said it was difficult. Next slide, please. And I also wanted to make note that some notable trends in use frequency emerged when stratified by the participants' age group. The figure to the right shows the number and percentage of survey participants in each reported use frequency category, broken out by age cohort. As expected, the 16 to 20-year-old age group had the largest percentage of participants who reported that they had never used cannabis. Adults ages 56 to 65 were the least likely to report that they had never used cannabis. However, they were also the least likely to report daily or near daily use. Notably, emerging adults aged 21 to 25 years old, the youngest cohort able to purchase cannabis from adult use dispensaries in Massachusetts under state law, had the highest proportion of daily or near daily users, but also the second highest proportion of never users. Next slide, please. All right, and now I will hand it over to my fellow research analyst, Graylin Humiston, to review the rest of our results, starting with the age of cannabis initiation. Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you, Alex. So participants who reported that they had ever used cannabis, which again was 70% of participants, were asked about the age at which they had first used cannabis, or their age of initiation. This table shows the mean and standard deviation of the age of initiation, broken out by age cohort. So the mean age of cannabis initiation was 19.5 years old. Mean age was somewhat lower among the 16 to 20 and 21 to 25 age groups compared to older age groups, who reported mean ages of first use between 18.7 to 20.5 years of age. While it is possible that this reflects people trying cannabis at younger ages now than in prior generations, this is also a logically expected finding, given that someone who is young and has tried cannabis must by definition have tried it as a young person, while someone who is older and has tried cannabis could have tried it for the first time while young or while older. Students currently enrolled in high school or university had a lower mean age of cannabis initiation than non-students, which again is possibly related to the mean age of initiation being lower among younger age groups overall. There were no notable differences in the age of initiation by sex, gender, race, ethnicity, or income adequacy. Next slide, please. So participants who reported having used cannabis within the past 12 months, which again totaled 37% of participants, were asked about their methods of consumption. Here we are looking at the percentage of participants who report having used cannabis via each method within the past 12 months, broken out by age cohort. So across the entire sample, flower, edibles, and vaporized oils, or vapes, were the methods most frequently reported as used within the past year. Consistent with the research department's previous ICPS report, product preferences differed by age. Vaporized oils and concentrates were more popular with younger cohorts, while topicals and tinctures were more popular among older cohorts. Next slide, please. So participants who reported having used cannabis within the past 12 months were asked about where they sourced their cannabis. The three most frequently reported sources were from a store, from a family member or friend, or from a dealer. These were also the three most popular categories reported in the 2022 ICPS report, but it is worth noting that the store category has increased in prevalence over time, overtaking the family member or friend category as the most frequently reported source, whereas the family member or friend and dealer categories both decreased in prevalence. The figure shows the percentage out of these participants who reported sourcing cannabis from a dealer or from a store, broken out by age cohort. There were notable differences by age cohort, with 16 to 20.
I just ask you to slow this down just a little bit so I can, because I just want to just absorb sideways this graph. Just Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I can't really see it as well on my computer. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. So there were some notable differences by age cohort, with 16 to 20-year-olds being unsurprisingly much more likely to report sourcing from a dealer or a family member or friend than older age groups, and much less likely to report sourcing from a store. So since this is something that is very relevant for public health and safety, we do want to note here that these 16 to 20-year-old survey participants who are reporting that they sourced cannabis from a store do not necessarily mean that there are underage Massachusetts residents who are somehow purchasing cannabis from licensed adult use retailers.
Excuse me, Raylan, again, not deliberating,
We're
but
not deliberating, but you said we could ask a clarifying question.
Mhm.
Is there a definition of store? Is it a gas station? Is it a dispensary? Do we know if it was gas stations?
So that's an excellent question, and that's actually what I was just about to get to. So this particular survey question does not specify what store means. It just lists stores and answer.
So
And so one thing we know is that people who report that they sourced from a store, we don't know exactly what they meant.
it could be a gas station.
It could be a gas station, it could be a smoke shop, it could be an online retailer. So obviously that applies to participants of any age who answer this question, but in particular for younger participants, that's why we don't know exactly what they mean when they answer. It just from us looking at this survey data, yes, of course, if a younger person is answering store, they could be referring to a dispensary, but they could also be referring to something that isn't. So that is just something that we don't know from this data. Yes, very good question. So yes, what we can say for sure from this data is that we have 16 to 20-year-olds who are reporting that they are accessing cannabis, and some of them are reporting that they sourced it from stores, but we don't know exactly what kinds of stores participants mean when they selected this response option. And we do know that there are other kinds of stores besides regulated dispensaries that they may have visited, which is especially relevant for youth. So this would be a worthwhile question to explore further, but we were not able to do so within the scope of this report. Next slide, please. So participants who had used cannabis within the past 12 months were asked what percentage of their cannabis was purchased from legal or authorized sources, and the average percentages by age group are shown on the right. Across all types of cannabis products and all survey waves, participants reported sourcing an average of 74% of their cannabis from legal sources. This percentage rose from 56% in 2019 to 84% in 2023. Unsurprisingly, 16 to 20-year-olds reported a much lower percentage of their cannabis as being legally sourced and a larger percentage as being sourced from dealers, as we saw on the previous slide. Older age groups again reported a much higher percentage of their cannabis as legally sourced. We'll note here again that there are multiple reasons that someone under the age of 21 participating in this survey might describe their cannabis as legally sourced. They could be a registered medical patient, or they could be referring to a smoke shop or unregulated online retailer, or they could be referring to a product that somebody 21 or older purchased for them from a dispensary.
Commissioner White, do you have a clarifying question?
Sure, right. Sorry.
So this is by age, but you just said something by year. And I don't see it, like, what did you say by year? Is, so if people are sourcing it legally went up from,
Yes.
it is, okay, I just didn't.
Yes, it went up.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the percentage rose from 56% in 2019 to 84% in 2023.
84%?
Mhm.
So 56% in 2019, 84% in 2023?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's a good uptick in, okay,
Yes.
okay, that was important. All right, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. There was wide variation in the percentage of products obtained legally when stratified by product type or method of consumption, as shown in the figure. So topicals and oral oils were the most often reported as legally sourced, whereas hash or kief, flour, and concentrates were the least often reported as legally sourced. Next slide, please. The survey participants who reported any illegal sourcing of cannabis were asked about their reasons for doing so. So the figure shows the percentage of these participants who selected each reason for sourcing illegally, broken out by survey year. The most frequent reasons given were that legal sources had higher prices, that legal sources were less convenient, or that the participants had loyalty to their dealer. So there are some noteworthy patterns in reporting over time. The percentage of participants reporting that legal sources were less convenient went from 22% in 2019 to just 12% in 2023. Participants reporting that legal stores were too far away or there are none where I live went from 15% in 2019 to 8% in 2023, although this decrease was less consistent year to year, which is possibly due to the small survey sample sizes. Next slide, please. So all participants were asked 9 questions about the effects of cannabis. The research department grouped these questions to form a general knowledge of cannabis index represented by the percent of questions answered correctly. Depending on the question, the correct answer was either yes or no, and don't know was always counted as incorrect. Percentages reflect the number of correct responses out of the total responses to each question as shown in the figure. Across all 9 questions, participants answered 48% correctly on average, but results varied widely by question. While 72% of participants correctly answered that driving or operating machinery after using cannabis can be dangerous, for example, just 20% answered that regular marijuana use can increase the risk of psychosis and schizophrenia. There were no...
Can I ask a clarifying question? Who decides what's right and wrong?
So this was according to the criteria in the ICPS survey. I think like
It's assessing kind of the education about how much these constituents know about cannabis. You know, very similar to our public awareness campaign, like what are the questions? So it's just assessing, you know, a knowledge base, not about the policies, obviously, but about just cannabis in general.
For instance, when I see can marijuana be addictive? Addictive can mean a lot of things.
Yeah, that's going to get into a really nuanced question from academics.
Yeah.
But yes, so we tend to say addicted as, you know, there's a cannabis use disorder, and that is all based on the DSM.
DSM, I don't like acronyms.
I don't know what you're saying. Diagnostic
And statistical.
Statistical.
Yes.
Yeah.
That does like all kind of like mental illness.
Right.
Including cannabis use disorder is on there.
So meaning it's a DSM, it's in whatever that medical book
Yes.
that says.
Yes.
So is that where that particular answer comes from?
Yes, that would be coming from, I don't know their methodology on this or where they get it, but yes. So cannabis is seen as less addicting than other substances, obviously. However, you know, they have a criteria for, you know, problematic use, dependence, addiction.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Marilyn, thanks.
Thank you. So another thing that might be relevant is that for this, we didn't see any substantial differences over time in the correct response rates for any of the 9 questions. So that's a good point that for some of these, I think you could go back and forth on what exactly the right answer is, but we are also not, whatever the answers people are giving, we're not really seeing those changing over time.
Mm-hmm. So it really reflects more what we determine to be knowledge than what's truly right and wrong. Okay, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. In addition to the 9 questions gauging their knowledge of risks and side effects, all participants were asked whether they believed cannabis should be legal and how many of their closest 5 friends used cannabis. We should note here that Massachusetts had already enacted medical and adult use cannabis in 2012 and 2016. So the question about whether recreational marijuana should be legal serves to gauge the public's support for adult use cannabis legalized status in the Commonwealth. So participants were overwhelmingly in support of legal non-medical cannabis, with 78% in favor of legalization across the 5 survey waves, reaching 81% in the most recent wave, as shown in the left portion of the figure. The study also asked participants how many of their closest 5 friends used cannabis, and the average number by survey year is shown in the right portion of the figure. They reported that just over 2 of their closest 5 friends on average used cannabis. Rates were higher among younger cohorts, with the 21 to 25-year-olds and 26 to 35-year-olds, each reporting that an average of 2.34 friends used cannabis, compared to an average of just 1.67 among 56 to 65-year-olds. Next slide, please. So participants who reported using cannabis within the past 12 months were asked if, within the past 12 months, they had driven within 2 hours of using cannabis, and if they had ever planned ahead or decided not to drive to avoid driving while high. All participants were asked if, within the past 12 months, they had been the passenger with a driver who had consumed cannabis within the past 2 hours. The table shows the percentage of participants by age group who reported each of these behaviors. For the cannabis driver question, oh, did we lose the slides?
We're having an issue. Betsy. Check that. Okay, thank you.
So for the cannabis driver question, 14% reported that they had driven within 2 hours of using cannabis within the past 12 months. 21% reported that they had been the passenger of a driver who had used cannabis, and more than twice as many, 46%, reported having previously made a plan to either avoid driving high or to not drive at all. We want to note here that there wasn't a follow-up question to ascertain whether a participant had not made a driving plan because they intended to drive after using cannabis, or whether they did not make a driving plan because they weren't going to be driving anyway and therefore didn't need one. So there are some notable differences observed in driving behaviors based on age. So in particular, 16 to 20-year-olds were the most likely to report driving after using cannabis, and the second most likely to report being a passenger to a driver who had recently used cannabis. Conversely, 56 to 65-year-olds were the least likely to report driving after cannabis use and the least likely to be a passenger, but also the least likely to report making a driving plan. Notably, the 21 to 25-year-olds, the youngest cohort able to legally consume cannabis, were the second most likely to report driving after using cannabis, the most likely to report being a passenger, and the most likely to report having a driving plan. These rates may all be influenced by participants' reported use rates, which also vary by age, since a person who uses cannabis frequently has more opportunities to engage in cannabis-related risky behaviors than a person who uses less frequently. Next slide, please. The participants who reported using cannabis within the past 12 months were asked whether, within the past 30 days, they had used cannabis either at work or within 2 hours prior to work. So in total, 13% of participants reported cannabis use at or shortly before work within the past 30 days. It should be noted here that this may include people who are registered medical patients in the Massachusetts Medical Use of Marijuana Program. Next slide, please. Participants who reported using cannabis within the past 12 months were asked which other substances they had ever used, for example, alcohol or tobacco cigarettes, and then for each other substance they reported having used, they were asked whether they had used that substance simultaneously with cannabis within the past 12 months. So among these subsets of participants who reported having used another substance concurrently with cannabis within the past year, the most reported co-used substances were alcohol, cigarettes, and e-cigarettes, as shown in the left 3 columns of the figure, with the percentages broken out by age group. Co-use with illicit substances was much less prevalent, with only 11% of these participants reporting use of any illicit substance with cannabis. This is shown in the rightmost column of the figure. Among these illicit substances, cocaine, hallucinogens, prescription painkillers, and prescription drugs were the most frequently reported. We want to note here that this only reflects 2.3% of survey participants who reported using cannabis within the past 12 months, which is only 0.9% of the entire survey sample. So this is a very small group of people. Next slide, please. The participants who reported using cannabis within the past 12 months were asked if, in that time, they had ever sought medical help for a negative health effect caused by cannabis. The figure shows the percent who indicated that they had sought medical help in green, with percentages broken out by use frequency category. We'll note again that the use frequency categories in this figure are non-overlapping. In total, 9% of these participants reported seeking medical treatment for adverse health effects following cannabis consumption within the past 12 months. As shown in the figure, this percentage was around 10 to 11% for more frequent users and just under 5% for less frequent users. Next slide, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Benedict.
Do you know what, on the previous slide, what the specific question was that was asked? Do you have that at your fingertips? Or I can submit that as a written follow-up.
It would take me a minute, but
Then I'll submit it as a written follow-up.
yeah, I think the way I worded it here was pretty close to the way that they worded it, but yeah, we can certainly try to provide it to you. Within the report itself, in the methods section, we also For most of these questions, we actually do get the question wording. Because yeah, it does help to know like exactly what participants were being asked here. Go back to the slide. Okay. So participants who reported ever using cannabis, which just as a reminder was 70% of all survey participants, were asked if they had ever used cannabis to improve or manage physical health symptoms or mental health symptoms. The figure shows the percent of participants who answered yes and no, then further broken down by use frequency category. In total, 43% of participants reported using cannabis to help manage mental health symptoms, and 51% reported using cannabis to treat physical health symptoms. Next slide, please. So finally, all participants were asked whether they had ever been arrested for, as the survey worded it, cannabis possession, cannabis trafficking, cultivation, or importation, or cannabis impaired driving. The last item, cannabis impaired driving, was added in the 2021 survey wave, meaning we do not have data on this prior to 2021. So we collapsed the three items into one any arrests measure to determine the total number of participants who reported any previous cannabis-related arrest. The figure shows the percent of participants who reported any arrests or no arrests, with any arrest shown in green and responses broken out by survey year. In total, 5% of survey participants reported any previous cannabis-related arrests. As shown in the figure, this percentage increased slightly over the survey waves, which is not surprising given that the 2021 wave added the new question about cannabis impaired driving. Next slide, please. So I will now discuss the limitations of our results and our overall findings from our analysis of this survey data. Next slide, please. So the ICPS survey has many strengths that allow researchers and regulators to evaluate impacts of cannabis policies. However, it is important to note several limitations when interpreting this data. The most critical limitations are the small and varied sample sizes across survey years in Massachusetts. For example, we had the funding to collect data from over 3,300 participants in 2022, but we were only able to collect data from just over half that number in 2021. Smaller sample sizes make it more difficult to assess the results of smaller subgroups, such as, for example, just the 16 to 20-year-old participants or just participants of color. Any findings that involve a small subset of the data are highly limited in their generalizability and insight, which makes it harder to see any differential impacts on these smaller subgroups. Another limitation is that, as with any survey-based research, this data comes from self-reported responses. There may be some bias reflected in these responses, and there is always the possibility that participants may have misunderstood or inaccurately answered some questions. We do consider ICPS survey data to be very high quality in these regards, but this is a limitation inherent to survey research. Results will also be influenced by external factors, such as different trends or policies at the municipal, state, or national level. For example, although cannabis is legalized at the state level here in Massachusetts, municipalities within the Commonwealth are able to set some of their own policies regarding marijuana establishments, such as allowing or not allowing delivery. Another limitation, not inherent in this data but reflected in our report, is that we do not have the time or resources to conduct advanced statistical analyses or dive deeper into all of the data that this report contains, which is substantially more than we have presented here. This is something that could be enabled with additional staffing or with funding to contract out a more comprehensive analysis of Massachusetts ICPS data. Next slide, please.
Commissioner Roy?
I'm confused by this slide, Carolyn. So the total over the span of all the years was 11,635. Is that correct? Okay. And but you didn't list every year. So you're just saying from.
Yes, so we have the survey data from 2019 to 2023 for this survey. And the sample size that we were able to get, changed over time. So at some point we had close to 4,000 participants, which is going to be really different when we only have, close to like 2,000, like half that. And so it's just really showing the variability and the sample size that we have had access to over time. And this is one of our big funding requests, is to get additional funding so we can increase our sample size.
Okay, so adding up the years, it came to 11,600.
Yes.
But some years were higher and some years were much lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's basically, we pay for, per survey.
So respondents get compensated?
I believe they do. I mean, for compensation for these studies, I'm not sure exactly what it is. But usually it's kind of like a $10 to like $20 gift card or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what Dr. Hammond does for reimbursement for these.
Can I ask, how do they find these people?
So this is, Alex, you might want to pipe in here because you probably know this a lot, but it's a really big deal with methodology to be able to sample size and to approximate the sample of Massachusetts overall. I think it's the Nielsen.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Nielsen.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have like expertise in this certain. So basically, the researchers contract with another researcher to be able to sample, equivalent to our population. So that's all inherent in the data.
But when and again, maybe I missed this, but when I was looking back about the number of females to males who are respondents, that doesn't, again, having done a few polls in my lifetime, that doesn't appear to be consistent with what you'd consider an approximately 50-50, 51-49 gender divide.
What is the gender divide? I don't remember.
No, but I thought that was,
6 or something.
yeah.
I would guess.
But that's what I'm saying, is that how did you find, because again, when you're doing a political poll, you have a sample size and, they do try to make sure that they have females and males, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. So how do they, and, how do they, if we could get more information on how they find them, how the universe is chosen, picked, identified, and that would be, helpful. I mean, again, it's all useful information, and it's not like we're running an election and we need to know if we're 4 points, 3 points, on or off. It's really just gathering that general information. So it's obviously different than what I would think about as a poll, if you will. But if you could just give us a little bit more information at a later date.
Absolutely. It's a statistical methodology to be able to sample, equivalent to our population here in Massachusetts when it comes to all the different demographics. And that's why we kind of say it's really hard to do certain subgroups because of our population size. So like race ethnicity is really hard to discern differences. We just don't have the sample size to be able to do those analyses. But yeah, we will definitely get that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. If you would like to submit that as a question, I think we have some detail about, a little bit of detail about the sampling in the report. But again, since we are the ones who do it, there's only so much we know. But I think we could reach out and ask if there was more detail that
I believe Dr. Hammond's group publishes it broadly, but we will definitely get that into the questions. If even if you don't ask, we will remember that and get that to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next slide, please. So now I will recap our overall findings from the ICPS survey data. But as the industry matures and saturates across Massachusetts, trends in regulated market share are increasing and unregulated market shares are decreasing. It is important to complement findings from the ICPS with items such as product popularity from the 2025 industry report to better make sense of the ICPS results. So this analysis did not find any particularly alarming use trends, including no obvious surge in use among youth, but again, insights here are limited by sample size. For use frequency, we found a slight upward trend over time in how frequently participants reported using cannabis, and 43% of participants in the 2023 survey wave reported cannabis use within the past year. For the age of cannabis initiation, we found that the age at which participants reported initiating cannabis use increased slightly over time, from about 18.5 years old to just under 20 years old in the 2023 survey wave. We saw the greatest variation between age groups, which is again not a surprising finding, since a young person taking the survey who has tried cannabis must by definition have tried it at a young age. For methods of consumption, we found small decreases over time in the popularity of flower and vaporized oils for vapes, and small increases for concentrates, drinks, and edibles. Here we also saw the largest variation between age groups, particularly for vaporized oils, which were more than twice as popular among youth as among the oldest surveyed age group. For sources of cannabis access, we found that most participants are reporting sourcing their cannabis from stores, and that this increased over time, which would suggest more people are sourcing from regulated dispensaries as opposed to dealers or other unregulated sources. While we noted that there is some ambiguity in what the responses to this question mean, this trend is consistent with the percentage of cannabis that participants reported sourcing legally, which rose from 56% in 2019 to 84% in 2023. Next slide, please. For cannabis knowledge and social norms, we saw a wide range in how many participants were correctly, at least according to how the ICPS defined it, correctly answering the knowledge questions. And we did not see a change over time in how correctly participants were responding overall, which indicates some opportunities for public education. We saw 81% support for legalized recreational cannabis in the 2023 survey wave, which indicates strong continued support among Commonwealth residents. Participants also reported that, on average, 2 out of their 5 closest friends use cannabis. For risky behaviors, we saw that nearly half of participants reported making a driving plan, and smaller percentages reported being a passenger to someone who had recently used cannabis, reported driving after cannabis use, or reported that they had used cannabis at or shortly before work. For these numbers, it's important to note that these survey questions asked about timing and not about degree of impairment, and also some of these participants may be registered medical patients, so there would need to be further research done to understand the extent to which people are driving or working while impaired. For polysubstance use, we found that among participants who had used both cannabis and another substance concurrently, the substances most commonly used with cannabis were alcohol, cigarettes, and e-cigarettes. Only a very small minority of this subset of participants reported using cannabis concurrently with an illicit substance, such as prescription painkillers. For healthcare, we found that 9% of participants reported seeking medical services to treat adverse health effects following cannabis consumption. Nearly half of participants reported using cannabis to manage a mental health concern, and again, about half reported using it to manage a physical health concern.
Can I also ask, and I'm sure you can't answer this question, but I'm thinking of the MGH study, which showed parallels between the onset of legalized cannabis and psychoses, related, emergency room visits. Is this potentially overlapping? Is this information overlapping with that study? How does that correlate? And you probably can't answer it right now, and you might not be able to make a correlation, but it would be really interesting to understand that, knowing that MGH study, also with the clarifying question that Commissioner Roy asked about how do we define store. I'm assuming that that is why you are doing the participation with Dr. Hyatt and Dr.
Doug Levy.
Dr. Levy. Is that a follow-on here, or can you just sort of make that comparison? I'm not being very articulate here. What does that mean here? How does that overlap with the work that you continue to do as we try to drill down? Can you answer the question that I'm not articulating very well?
No, so actually that's a really good clarifying question. And the issue that we have with research is that we can't really discern out some of these big issues. So hypothetically, or in reality, 2018 is, well, we had the stores open in 2018. 2018 was also the federal farm bill, which obviously created the hemp legal space. In a lot of these surveys, this is the best survey to understand the nuances, but even then, we don't get to understand those nuances. And so a little bit of kind of clarity is this is a population across for the sample, it's Massachusetts. It's perspective of all of Massachusetts, whereas the MGH study was a tertiary hospital ED visit. So it's a very different, it's a specific population type that they were looking at, the Mass General hospital study. But overall, when you have two phenomenon at one time, which is the hemp bill, which created the hemp industry, and then in Massachusetts, that's also when the recreational store started in September 2018. So we have these kind of conflicts, so we're not going to be able to discern those out, and so that's why we kind of have the limitations and clarifications, because we really can't tell. We really can't tell, and so obviously the biggest concern I had with this study is we really can't tell hemp derived versus cannabis cannabis derived.
Thank you.
And we know there's a lot of disinformation and a lot of unknowns there.
Mhm.
And that's what we're really trying. So the Dr. Doug Levy, the Harvard Medical School study.
That's what that next study is, that you will be participating in to attempt to drill down a little bit into that.
Yes, so we are going into hemp-derived intoxicating products. So we're doing, comparing the cannabis use products to hemp-derived intoxicating cannabis products, and that's going to be Massachusetts and I believe it's 50 states. So we will have a much better idea about, discerning the hemp market for the cannabis market. Hard to do in Massachusetts. It's better to do in other states that they have, they implement things in different years, so you can see the pre and post. We can't do that in Massachusetts because it happened in the same year, 2018.
Thank you. Thanks, Brenda.
Of course. Okay. So nearly half of participants reported using cannabis to manage a mental health concern, and again, about half reported using it to manage a physical health concern. For history of cannabis arrests, we found that 1 in 20 participants reported that they had been arrested for one or more of the listed offenses, and arrests were more commonly reported by men, by people of color, and by current students. So next slide, please. And I'll pass it back to Dr. Johnson to finish today's presentation.
All right, I think I am in between you guys and lunch, so I'm going to quickly get through this. So I'm going to discuss our policy recommendations based on the analyses in this report.
So excuse me, this is probably where we should stop asking clarifying questions, because this is probably more deliberative, and we were asking questions about data, but this is now where we get to what our job is. So thank you.
Yes, and so the brilliant thing I think our legislature did in 2016 is create this research agenda. So we have chapter 94G, section 17, which has all the metrics, and then 17B says make recommendations to the legislature to inform evidence-based policy based on this analyses, which is really important when policy preceded the science. So with that, we're able to make really applied policy guidance based on what's actually happening right now. All right, so we'll start with education and prevention. So education about cannabis policy, regulations, and safe use continues to be crucial to mitigate potential adverse effects, especially as Massachusetts moves to implement social consumption regulations. So recommendation 1, the Commission should continue to support and seek legislative funding for public education, such as the previous More About Marijuana public awareness campaign. Recommendation 2, in the absence of allocated funding for comprehensive public education campaigns, the Commission could collaborate with other Massachusetts state agencies and educators to continue to both create and disseminate evidence-based educational materials across Commission websites and social media. Recommendation 3, provide funding to monitor constituent knowledge of cannabis products and policies, risks, and social norms to understand how state policies intersect with behavior, including youth use, healthcare usage, and impaired driving. Again, this is critical as we roll out social consumption. Recommendation 4, protect cannabis industry workers by implementing a multi-tiered approach to worker safety, including both education and regulation, to ensure policies follow best practices and current science. Next slide, please. All right. Hemp-derived cannabinoids. So hemp-derived cannabinoid products are policy, research, and public health and safety concerns due to their federal legalization, but lack of regulation for consumers and scientific study, as well as their easier access to youth. The Massachusetts House of Representatives has passed a bill that aims to task the Commission with additionally regulating hemp. While this bill has not yet passed the Senate or Conference Committee, it is critical to understand the complexities of hemp and secure baseline data and research to inform evidence-based policy decisions moving forward. So with that, recommendation 1, the Commission should collaborate with other Massachusetts state agencies and research to assess hemp market products and availability within the Commonwealth, analyze available data on use trends, and compare to cannabis availability and use. Recommendation 2, the Commonwealth should launch a public awareness campaign and accompanying surveys to gauge public knowledge of hemp-derived products, particularly of intoxicating products and their availability to youth, and to remedy public knowledge gaps. Recommendation 3, Researchers, regulators, and the public must address large knowledge gaps, and researchers must standardize metrics for future research and policy comparisons. Next slide, please. So, future research monitoring and data. Research is critical to safely and effectively regulate the fast-paced cannabis industry, but it is impeded by the federally illegal Schedule I status of Delta-9 THC. The Commission's legislative research mandate pursuant to Mass General Law empowers us as a commission to address some of these gaps created by federal obstacles to conduct research. Recommendation 1, the Commission should continue collaborating with regulators and researchers, including epidemiologists and public health professionals, such as those as our fellow CANRA regulators and CSTE, which is the Council of State and Territorial Epidemiologists. Recommendation 2, research should build on the Commission's most recent industry report to conduct a comprehensive supply and demand study to further assess consumer and patient preferences, as well as sourcing of cannabis and cannabis products. Recommendation 3, the Commission should contract a comprehensive study of cannabis-related impaired driving, as well as a study on hospitalizations and other healthcare uses pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 17A2. Recommendation 4, research should assess heterogeneity of municipality-level policies and their differential impacts, such as access to recreational and medical dispensaries, variations in host community agreements, and permission for social consumption sites. Recommendation 5, research should further assess cannabis criminal justice involvement using self-report surveys in conjunction with criminal justice databases, such as the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or the NIBRS, which we have used in the past, and we used it for the disproportionate impact study, as used in previous publications that we've done in municipality law enforcement data. Next slide, please. Given the varying data collection mechanisms implemented across the Commonwealth and its agencies, Massachusetts should add metrics to pre-existing surveillance systems to more accurately assess types, methods, frequency, and quantity patterns of cannabis use among different population groups, such as age, sex, gender, race, ethnicity, urban, suburban, rural, and social economic status, as well as partner with health systems to assess adverse clinical health effects, such as we were talking earlier, the cannabis use disorder, which is on the DSM, cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which we're hearing a lot about, psychosis, and co-occurring mental health and cannabis use disorders. We should be collaborating with researchers in municipal government, healthcare systems, and university health centers to monitor cannabis consumption adverse events. Collaborate with the primary and secondary educational systems to comprehensively assess impacts on educational systems. Assess metrics and ongoing data collection mechanisms in the Commonwealth, including groups not assessed in this current study. Fund a contract to procure the research study on hospitalizations and use of other healthcare services related to marijuana use that was previously chartered and approved by the Commission's former executive director. Before we ran out of funds, we were able to move forward with it. Collaborate with the Council of State and Territorial Epidemiologists, or CSTE folks, to assess optimal internal classification of diseases, or the ICD-9 codes, which is how it's coded in the medical system. Continue reviewing cannabis testing practices and industry safety standards, which have become critical research areas. Continue collaborating with Dr. Hammond at the University of Waterloo on reviewing and drafting new ICPS metrics to assess cannabis use and behaviors pertinent to Massachusetts more specifically. We always have that addition to add our own metrics each year. Continue collaborating with academic researchers with expertise in areas of interest pursuant to Mass General Law 94G, Section 17, and Commission policy priorities such as social consumption, youth prevention, and medical efficacy. Next slide, please. So I just want to acknowledge our executive director and leadership team, as well as Dr. David Hammond and the University of Waterloo team for their pioneering work on the ICPS, which really helps policymakers and researchers alike understand the outcomes of cannabis policy here in the US and globally. Most importantly, I want to thank our small but mighty research team, especially our research analysts, Graylin and Alex Kobe, who are truly the brainpower behind our legislative reports. And again, I just want to reiterate that we're happy to take general comments now and clarifying questions, but to ensure adequate responses in alignment with established processes, please email any questions you have about the report or the presentation today. I think you have 2 weeks, so it's March 26th that we'll need those questions. And then we will compile all commission questions and answer anonymously in a formal Q&A document no later than April 16th, and that will be published also to our website alongside this report.
So how do we, first of all, would you mind acknowledging everyone that you've acknowledged in your slide by name? I think that that would be appropriate. You've mentioned our executive director and you've mentioned David Hammond. Would you mind adding, or do you want me to read this in, or is that there? Do you want to just, I will read it. Lisa Schlegel, Chief Financial and Accounting Officer, Matt Giancola, Director of Government Affairs, General Counsel Cheta Panaye, Director of Communications, Mary Alice Curley, Anne Marie Burt, and I'm assuming that we also had Jessica help towards the end. So anyway, just want to acknowledge all of those people as well.
Yeah, each one of these reports really is a comprehensive, help from, getting us this data from the finance team to understanding the data from the research team to facilitating, the contracts. So it really is an all hands on deck, and very grateful for everybody's collaboration.
So we will publish this on our website.
Yep.
And then explain the process now of reporting this to the legislature. What do we, because I know that we have the report to the legislature. Can you just clarify that? And then I think that, yeah, Commissioner Rem, I have one more question. Could you just talk about how that is going to, what?
Yeah, absolutely. It is my knowledge or understanding that we don't actually send these reports to the legislature, that we include it on our annual, legislative reporting, and that we have, it's underneath the research section of that report. We have all of our deliverables.
Mhm.
So I should note that these legislative reports,
What is the timing on that? I'm just not
I
firm.
believe we do it every fall.
Okay.
Jessica Porter, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that
She's nodding her head.
that report is in the fall. And so it's included on there. I think it's really important to acknowledge that the research team, that we have this legislative report, and so we do these at a very high level, but we have a lot of research, scientific research. We are big in the academic scientific community, and a lot of our more comprehensive research studies are done in with peer review studies, and work with CANRA and work with academic partners, and that's how we get more into the nuances of these metrics. But for right now, based on our resources, we're able to do these high level reports to satisfy at a high level our status.
I will also ask Attorney Porter, is it inappropriate for us to send this to the legislature sooner than the fall? Because I think that this potentially could color some of the conversations we will be having following up on our budget requests. So you don't have to answer or nod vigorously, but I would ask Executive Director, yes, because it might be appropriate to not wait until the fall, because I think that, there's a lot of good work here, but it undergirds a lot of what we're asking for in the short term.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think getting this information out and providing it to folks who are interested can be done via normal communications. I think the official submittal is what we're discussing in terms of the links going to the annual report. We upload that to a specific software with the legislature, et cetera. But we can certainly provide this information as well as the Q&A. So this report now and then the Q&A in April.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roy?
If I may, to that point, Madam Chair. Also, if I could recommend an executive summary, because it's 80 some odd pages, very dense.
Yeah.
And so perhaps with that Q&A in the report, an executive summary would, I know it's a helpful tool for any, for me, and I'm sure people would appreciate that too.
Yeah, we do have like a brief one in the report, although it could be more brief. And so we will add that into the Q&A. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Dr. Johnson, and your entire team, and everybody on the acknowledgement page who made this a reality. I know a lot of work goes in this, and we're grateful to you and your partnerships with different universities and the University of Waterloo. So thank you. I just, on the recommendations, one of them was to evaluate access to dispensaries, and I'm wondering if we could put delivery, because I didn't see delivery in there, and that is something that we just promulgated regulations and on extending delivery, and the criteria was if we're finding that there's not enough access to delivery, we have to re-examine that ourselves. So I didn't see delivery in there, just a comment. And the other question I had was on the flower. we don't drill down on potency, so you don't know if people are chasing high potency, and maybe food for thought for future is the next level of questioning around potency and what demographic seeks the highest potency might be interesting to inform us. And if there's a relation to the psychosis and so just a comment here and food for thought down the road.
No, those are some great questions and comments for future resource. So we really need a supply and demand study. That is first, and it should be conjunction with the industry report. We can't necessarily look at potency within age groups because it's a different kind of survey. So this is a surveillance system, but we will be able to look at that more in depth in the industry report, which we're already starting for the next industry report. But yeah, I think as far as the supply and demand, access to recreational and medical use is always really critical. In addition to that, actually delivery, because we always talk about, medical access and how that has become a hindrance of late. And we should really be assessing that more readily and responding as quickly as we can.
Great. Thank you, and we appreciate it, and we will get you those questions. Once again, the deadline is March.
2 weeks. So I think it's March 26th. Okay.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Again, you've already acknowledged the acknowledgements, but thank both of you and thank Alex, who's coming in remotely for this presentation. We appreciate it very much. So with that, perfect timing. We're at just a little after 12:30. So do we think that 1 o'clock is a good time to reconvene? All right, having that, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to recess until 1 o'clock. Here, a second, Commissioner Stebbins, having been moved in second, call the roll. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
We're good to go.
Thank you. I want to make sure I'm not moving here. Right. Thank you. Starting a little bit late, I apologize. All right, moving on. We now will be asking our CTIO, Paul Clark, for an update on the new product catalog launch date.
Thank you, Chair. Question, skipping over number 3 or,
Yes, this was tabled.
okay.
Sorry, apologize. Just to clarify, the exit interview overview, the Chief People Officer had requested some additional time to prepare for that. So now we will get to the update on new product catalog launch date.
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So as discussed previously, Metric is offering an updated version of the product catalog within their platform. You can go to the next slide, please. There's some background on the product catalog. First launched in 2021. We've not made any changes since then. Excuse me. One of the issues with the product catalog is it keeps all history of all products. So we've now got 8 years worth, and when you go to use the search feature, it's very slow because of that. Next slide, please. So as part of the new catalog, there'll be the ability to have the COAs included and better search functionality, but one of the requirements Metric is asking of us is to institute a retention period of products within the product catalog. The retention period only applies to items that have been in the product catalog itself. It does not affect products in Metric itself, so we still have all the history. It's just in the product catalog itself, so we can always look back and create the history if needed.
Can you just differentiate for me? Just restate that so I understand it. So the it says my microphone is muted and it's supposed to be anyway. So can you just make that definition? Can you just clarify that a little bit for me?
Sure. So the product catalog is separate from the Metric main application database. Items are pushed into the product catalog with the photos and all that other information. So there's essentially 2 sets of data. There's the product catalog data, and then there's the live Metric database. So the retention period we're discussing here is about the product catalog only. So it would purge older items from that catalog, so you would not be, the public would not be able to find older products in that catalog, but we, as the regulators, would be able to still find the product and information and all the history still within the Metrics application itself.
Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about search engine optimization. So when I do an SEO search on Colorado and I put Colorado product catalog, it doesn't come up. So I have to put the word Metric. So what can we do on our search engine optimization so people can put Massachusetts cannabis product catalog without, most people don't even know what Metric is, right? And so their search engine optimization, the only reason I got to it is because I know to put Metric in. So is there anything we can do? So when people just do a query in Google or their browser and they put Massachusetts cannabis product catalog, it would come up.
I can certainly work, I'll talk with our digital team on our website as to how much we can manage. The launch page is on our website, so we should be able to handle that within the SEO optimization, but I'll work with our digital team on making sure that that happens.
Use it, and if people can't find it, they won't use it. So thank you.
Yep, no, absolutely. Good point, and thank you.
Commissioner Bennett?
I hadn't ever thought of that, but I just did the search. I just searched Massachusetts cannabis product catalog.
Yeah.
And our product catalog did come up as the first.
So try Colorado product catalog and you won't get it.
So for clarity point, to my knowledge, only Nevada and Massachusetts are using the Metric product catalog.
Okay, so I thought it was Colorado, so Nevada, so.
It's Nevada, yes.
Okay, we do another search then. Okay, I don't know why it's saying Colorado. So it sounds like we already have good search engine optimization with our old current product catalog.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a matter of.
When the new product out, the launch page will be the same page, so this existing optimization should work at. But I'll again work with our. Yeah, I think they call it an item catalog. Yes.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thanks.
Sorry. All right. Next slide, please. So next steps on implementing the product catalog is we're finalizing the policy to set the retention period to 18 months, approximately 545 days from a product's last sold date, which certainly should be an adequate amount of time for it to be used and used up and out of circulation. Again, this does not impact at all our ability to look up within Metric the history, but it's only on the product catalog. Metric will run a process job that'll remove the old items and then implement the new product catalog. That'll take about 2 weeks, and we're targeting for the very end of March to get that completed.
You're comfortable with that date?
Well, motion language said March, Paul, so.
We're doing everything we can. Yes, I think we will.
If I can tell you, I was just looking at my phone, just doing it quick. Having won the spelling bee in 6th grade at Immaculate Conception catalog, that's the right way to spell it. There's more than one way. And I was sitting here going, oh my God, do we have this? Because just so you know, we noticed it for GUE at the end. So anyway, I appreciate that there is more than one spelling. And I agreed with Dan Quayle. There's an E at the end of potato. But anyway. All right.
What do you say that? I looked at that.
Did you? I keep looking at it and I'm like, how the heck do you spell that? But thank you. And I appreciate, by the way, as far as data retention is, that's 2 fewer vowels that we need to retain. So thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate the efficiency.
Well, and if nothing else, that's the Metric branding of the title. So if you tell me it was the wrong spelling, I'd point to Metric's branding of the product catalog. So
I apologize.
no, all good. So, so that's all I have on the product catalog, and any questions I can certainly try to answer.
Excellent. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Paul, I'm not sure if CTIO, not sure if the consumer would necessarily need to understand maybe why the product has come off, but is there like a quick FAQ that somebody said, if you don't find your product here, it's because of retention policy or whatever we want to call it?
We were going to work with communications on announcing the launch of this new catalog.
Okay.
We'll certainly make sure that we include that in that communication. Had not necessarily planned on posting that information on the page, but I can certainly take that back to Metric and see if that's something we can have available just for awareness of that.
Okay, again, through the chair, if I'm just thinking, I find something in the back of my cabinet and it's now 20 months old and I go to look for it on our product catalog and under our new policy, it wouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something that would say products older than this have been removed? Just again, I don't know how many folks will be taking a 2-year-old weed out of the back closet, but if they do come up and they do go to the product website, might be helpful for them to just have a simple explanation as to
No, I think it's a very good suggestion. We'll certainly work on that. That was one of the challenges with this, coming up with a retention period is what's long enough that somebody might find a wrapper under my child's bed or something in the back of the closet versus just the cluttering of the database and the speed and just even finding product that's active at this point. So thought 18 months was a reasonable timeframe, but I do take your suggestion note.
I'm okay with the time length. It's just somebody who
Messaging. No,
doesn't see it.
I think we will definitely work on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan.
And just as a reminder for folks listening, the enhancements will be not only more user-friendly, but certificates of analysis accompanying each product that's listed.
Yep. So the 2 biggest changes will be certificate analysis available for the product and also an enhanced search function that'll be much easier to search going forward. So those are the 2 big enhancements we have with this update.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Kind of.
Commissioner Roy? Kind of.
A little sidebar here with Commissioner Stebbins. When we went to medical genomics There's talk out there of fraudulent COAs. Have you heard of this?
Indirectly, I mean, anything can be fraudulent and I've not heard widespread, but I know I have heard the topic mentioned once or twice, and certainly always is a concern with any of this is, how do you certify that something is in fact the real?
Well, there is a way, right? They said through blockchain or there's a way.
I do recall that.
And meaning blockchain, which is basically a data fingerprint at time and
Yes.
location and certainty so that you can understand whether or not it is consistent with what was entered into the system.
Yes, and so I'm flagging this because we should be mindful of this and what the commission can do to make sure that it doesn't happen in Massachusetts. And so I just want to raise the issue. It was brought to our attention recently. And I don't know what preventative steps that we can do.
Certainly blockchain is one option, but even blockchain in that regard is not necessarily foolproof because, you could put a blockchain ID up and, could you create a site that makes it look like it's the real one? It's not. There,
Only because I'm a failed tech entrepreneur and I remember the Dilbert cartoon that the answer that every tech guy answered just said blockchain.
Yes.
And that was the answer to
everything.
And, but it's the point that it is not spoofable, if you will. But what you are saying is that we could spoof it.
Pseudo, you could,
Explain that.
you can't, so you can't spoof the actual blockchain itself.
Right.
No, but there, could someone put a fraudulent blockchain that doesn't actually belong to the real product?
Okay.
Yes, it's like the same thing with the QR code I could put up a QR code with a sticker. Essentially, it's like putting a sticker over the QR code with another QR code. So you think you're getting the one for the
No,
gas
that's
station.
actually a recent scam where they're having people use QR codes and they think that they're getting something legitimate and
And then taking the same. So that's one of the items. One of the other things that certainly could be done with the COA is Metric actually has approached us recently to provide some input as to improving their data collection on the testing data side. One of the things that we possibly in that light would be to compare what's on a COA with what is entered for that same test in Metric itself. So those would have to match. So you're not only is it the COA, but then the data upload to Metric would have to match. So that would be another way to look for a fraudulent COA specifically.
Do we have that capability? That's manpower, right?
That would be an automate. We could do that using technology.
But is this something that is budget dependent right now, or is it something we could incorporate now without additional? I mean, I'm actually hopeful that we're gonna get at least some of our budget, may not get our full ask, but I'm hopeful that we're gonna get at least some of it. But is this budget dependent?
So it's budget dependent that we would need, it's a workload on the data team and the IT team here to do some of that work with Metric. And some of it's dependent on Metric's work. But there certainly is a budget, bandwidth component of the data team to be able to implement something like this, and potentially, needing an additional developer to do some of this work. So there's definitely, yes, the short answer is yes, it's budget dependent.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? And we don't need to, we've already voted on this. It's just an update. It's happening and it's
Yeah,
happening.
yes, the primary was to bring back to you what the retention period was going to be, and that was the goal of what today was, to
Yeah.
update you and provide the
Mr. Roy?
And when the switch is, we'll announce it far and wide.
That's the plan. We'll celebrate this. Obviously, this is one of our positive things that we want to make sure people are aware.
Exactly, folks know about it. Okay.
All right,
Yep.
thank you. And then Paul, you are still in the driver's seat here. Aggregated open data, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we are looking for confirmation that 18 months works for the board to incorporate into the retention policy. Is that
Need a vote? I thought, did we not already vote on that?
we had voted on the COAs that we would bring back is the four corners of the retention policy, which we'd look to have before we flip the switch, so to speak. So if 18 months is amenable, then we can hit that goal without an issue.
Well, I do not want to cede any power from the commission. Do we have to vote on this?
I do have a suggested motion that I was reviewing last night with Commissioner Roy. I'm happy to put in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, we do have that actually, right?
If you'd like to look at both items together, or I can put it in the chat now if you want to do it.
When you're saying both items, you mean the aggregated open data?
Both items that the CTIA was here for you.
Great, great, great.
I have it, Travis.
Want to put it in?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw it in the chat. for everybody. It's all set.
All right, so, all right, Commissioner Roy, do you want to read that?
Move to approve an 18-month retention period for data within the metric product catalog and to ensure that certificates of analysis are incorporated into the catalog no later than March 31st, 2026.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve this motion. I'll entertain a motion to approve this language regarding retention data for the product catalog.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, it passes unanimously. Now we will move on to aggregated open data. And we have previously, what was the date that we previously debated this? Commissioner Benedon, were you
I was
here
here.
for that? Okay.
I believe it was December 11th, 2025.
Okay, all right. So Paul, if you want a CTIO, if you'd please give us an update on this?
Absolutely. So previously, we have posted on our open data platform data on yeast and mold in the THC and THCA for a period of April 2021 through December 2024. We originally planned to then update it quarterly. We did not meet that timeframe, but I'm happy to report that we are moving forward on, as the board directed, in making the testing data updates back on a regular basis. So as of Tuesday this week, on March 10th, we posted testing data for 2025. And not only did it include the yeast and mold, THC, THCA, but we also included the heavy metals for arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. Our plan will be over the coming weeks to, in reverse chronological order, repost the older data from 2024 back through the April 2021 timeframe. And then we'll begin
Why are we doing that why?
It just seemed to be, it was just easier, just trying to went to current to back, just thinking that it'd make more sense to have the more current data than the historic available sooner.
Okay, all right, thank you. Please continue, I'm
No
sorry.
problem. And then ongoing quarterly updates with a 60-day delay, which means the next update will be in early June of 2026, reporting on the period of January through March of 2026.
Okay, are there any questions, Commissioner Roy?
So I had floated a solution for a data use agreement at that time.
Right.
And so I think that's, I know some of us want to see as much open data out there as possible and identifiable, aggregated and identifiable. And so, the executive director brought up some concern about proprietary information. I put Nevada in the chat because Nevada publishes, they call it a laboratory, a library, and it's identifiable. You have to just go through like one or two steps to get to the Excel spreadsheet, but they list the labs. And so my question is, well, first of all, I gotta make a statement. We can't construct a data use agreement that's so onerous that nobody would want to access the data or make people jump through so many hoops that it's almost impossible to get to the data. So we want to make it so it shifts the liability, but also that people would be able to access the data. But what would stop somebody from going through our new product catalog and looking at every COA and figuring out so I don't understand, they could do it there. So what's the big hoo-ha, whatever, about this? Because they could easily go through the product catalog and figure out that same information, no?
In theory, yes. The reality is the amount of either computing power and manpower to go through every single item in the product catalog and pull up the COA for it, is a I would say insurmountable, but it's not an easy challenge to do. So it's not like just handing the data out. They do a significant amount of work. Anybody can reverse engineer the data as well. If a lab started with their own and could back out their data, then now you've got only so many other labs worth of data you can begin reverse engineering. So nothing's foolproof in keeping it completely de-identified. This is probably more of a legal question than a technology question on putting this out there. From a research and a data analytics side, we're putting out enough information. It's de-identified, not anonymized. We're not naming names, but we're allowing researchers to look and see how much, is there patterns by labs or patterns by product type, without necessarily having the particular lab or the particular product. And that's why the data is de-identified in the way we've done it. But again, it's more of a legal question on putting that out there. And, I will caution, it's always, once it's out there, you can't take it back. So any consideration, just this, even if it were to change the data that's out there, then is out there forever.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Oh, I guess not necessarily for you, but legal is, I'm looking at Nevada. They have G3 labs, DB labs. They have all the labs listed, NV lab, ERP LLC, NV CAN labs, with all the testing information. And so they're able to do it. And I don't see why we couldn't necessarily follow suit. This is here. I didn't sign a data use agreement, and I've got everything at my fingertips in Nevada right now.
So I think part of it too, and is the state laws are different. So I would defer to legal on how, does Nevada have different rules than we have that allow
If I can, this was one of the reasons that we were told that, we were pushing back against open data. I frankly think that there is internal opposition to making data, especially data that might expose testing fraud, available. I'm very, very concerned that we have a lot of opposition to that. We were told that this could reveal trade secrets or competitive advantage. I understand how that could be an issue, say for a manufacturer that is concerned about yields and things like that. I can see how that directly relates to potentially protectable data. I don't see how this, and we have already had this argument that this is a public health and safety issue. We want as many eyeballs on this as possible. We do not have a standards testing lab right now. We do not have enough money. We have spent money on a lot of different things, and we still haven't, set up our secret shopper program, and that is still priced, cost dependent. Remind me what the legal argument is, or maybe we can get someone from the legal team. Maybe the general counsel could come up and explain what is it that is protectable, why we do not want this public data out there, because I disagree, bless you, I disagree that this is protectable information. And we've already found that there were previous situations where we have been able to make that data. It is our job to make that data public to protect public health and safety. So, if somebody from legal wants to come up and just define why there is any trade secrets involved in here that's protectable. I don't see it. We debated it the last time. Commissioner Roy pointed out that, we have done this before. There's precedent for us to do this and make this public. So what is it we're protecting aside from potential testing fraud? Or maybe our general counsel can explain what that protectable information is. Again, I see it as it has been shared with me by manufacturers, how there could be some protectable information, but how is this protectable as it pertains to our responsibility to ensure that arsenic and pesticides are not getting into the bodies of the people of Massachusetts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. What I can offer you at this point, since I wasn't prepared to talk about this here today, as I'm not on the agenda, is that legal can take a look and do a deeper dive on this.
Can you just refresh your memory? Because I think that we have talked about this and you previously raised this. So just go back to the meeting where we debated this before, where you rendered your opinion. Can you remember that?
I don't recall rendering an opinion. I would have to go check my notes on the prior meeting at which this was discussed. But again, going back to the policy on waiver of privilege, there would have to be a vote of the board to allow for a member of the legal team to discuss legal advice. And that vote has not yet been taken. So what I would suggest here is if you are looking to have a more robust discussion about this, you allow the legal department to, if I may continue.
Okay.
Allow the legal department some time to research the issue, to go through in a systematic way the various different risks, and then bring that, and then the board can, discuss as they see fit. But
Then I
at this
think we should.
time,
Thank you.
not
Thank you. I
to do that.
appreciate that. So maybe we should just take the motion now and just take the vote. I think that this is critical enough that we want to get this out there. I think that you, in response to the legal opinion that was provided at the previous meeting, you offered a reasonable solution. So unless my fellow commissioners, and thank you, unless my fellow commissioners have some additional questions, I think we should just take the motion and then move forward because this is an incredible public health and safety threat that we need to address as soon as possible. Commissioner Roy?
And I agree, Madam Chair, and I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good, right? And so this is kind of a solution compromise, if you will. And I just, respectfully ask that this data use agreement is just not so onerous that no one would try to use it, or so I think the board needs to approve the final data use agreement. So you have 60 days, the commission has 60 days to bring it back to us. So I think that the board needs to sign off on what that final DUA looks like.
So what would you propose, Commissioner Roy? Do you want to take the vote now? Do you want to move this? I mean, I think.
So I think the motion language covers it. So it says to the commission for review. So if we can add review and vote. I can add and vote.
Okay.
And that means we have to ratify that document.
Okay. Do you want to read that?
Yep, let me just update that. Okay, so I'll read the motion language. Move to direct the executive director and commission staff to develop a draft data use agreement or DUA to permit end users to access de-anonymized identified data from the open data platform and to provide the draft DUA to the commission for review and vote within 60 days.
Okay, having been moved, do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins? Do you have any questions or concerns? Again, I think that this was the compromise that we put forth when we robustly debated this in December. And we did raise a number of different issues about public safety balanced with any proprietary data. So I don't know if there are any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners at this point. Do you have any questions?
No, happy to second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I'll take a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon? The chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Paul, thank you very much. This is an important step forward, but I also really want to thank Commissioner Roy because this has been something that you have been pushing and you understand it. I know that there are some people from the testing lab industry who are also looking to make sure that all testing labs are held fully accountable to the rules to protect public health and safety. All right, moving on, Executive Director goals. Commissioner Stebbins has, I believe, people have a copy of goals that Commissioner Stebbins has drafted, and this has been uploaded publicly, correct?
Yes.
Jess, this has been, yeah. So, Commissioner Stebbins, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. What was distributed today, again, so we make sure we remain in compliance with the open meeting law, are draft goals for the executive director for calendar year 2026 and the first 6 months of calendar year 2027, hopefully using this goal period, this document, to shift the executive director over to a review and analysis, review of performance and goals on a fiscal year basis. Previously, it had been on a calendar year basis. I think there was discussion at the time among the commissioners who were on the board of, how fair is that to ask the ED to do some things that were certainly budget dependent, but didn't have a clear view of what the budget picture might look like. So this is to hopefully gap that and put the executive director on a fiscal year assessment and approval of goals and assessment of the performance on those goals. What I've distributed is a quick overview of those goals. Some of these were pulled from the executive director's, I think, document where he updated us on our progress towards 2025 goals, or his goals in the first 6 months. Carrying some of those over, I think some of those we have actually almost addressed, some of those at today's meeting. I can run through those and then just at a high level and then just talk about next steps. The first goal, obviously, we've actually talked about it a lot today, seek improvements or replacement of our IT infrastructure. Obviously, you highlighted the conversation at Ways and Means about our urgency to do that. Second goal, and by the way, I've written these in no order of priority. Second goal is to institute lab testing protocols and execute strategies to ensure product safety and accuracy. The third one is focus on improving organizational structure, organizational culture. I think that's a lauded goal for any organization. 4, undertake implementation of social consumption regulatory framework.
So if I
Go
could,
ahead.
so
Sure.
it's one of the things, so so getting to number 2,
Mhm.
one of the things, and again, this is just, and I would like anybody to sort of look, I think that 1 is pretty clearly laid out. And again, I appreciate the work that Commissioner Stebbins has done, but I'm probably going to appoint myself to edit these goals and then maybe present this or share the edited version within the next couple of days. But in number 2, I think because we're talking about testing protocols, ensure, I think that somewhere in 2, we have to specifically mention the issue of lab fraud. I think that it is troubling enough, so I would like language in there. The other issue on number 3, and this, I raised this a number of years ago, but I think that one of the things that I believe the executive director should be doing, and this is something we do not need to spend money on this, we need to do a management review. I can remember, a long time ago, former Governor Weld talked about zero-based budgeting, and that was the buzzword. But frankly, that's one of the things I think we need to do here at the commission. We have a footprint, we have an infrastructure that may or may not meet the needs of the commission to execute its mission and goals. So I would suggest that there be language in there about doing a management audit. Doesn't have to be done by an outside. I mean, frankly, I think that we have the resources to get that done. So anyway, and that to me is one of the things that, in terms of how we're spending our money now, we keep being told we don't have a tip line. We can't pay for secret shoppers. Some of the most fundamental things to keeping the industry honest, keeping the industry safe, we're saying we don't have enough money to do it. So I want to be reassured that the money that we're spending on behalf of the public is being well spent. And so I think that should be one of the things. And then you can move on to 4.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Number 4, undertake implementation, as I said, of social consumption regulatory framework. Number 5 would be implement operational components. I've put as a placeholder H4206, that's the current conference committee bill. might be called something else by the time we anticipate passage, but there might be requirements from that bill that will be required of us to go ahead and implement.
And again, I would suggest that that be removed because I ultimately think that whatever happens with the legislature, and we don't know the timing, we don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know if any of us is going to be here next year. And so I would not want this to be, this is as much a policy issue as anything else about what needs to be the priorities here. We don't know what the bill is. We don't know what it's going to look like. And frankly, I don't think that it's appropriate for the executive director to be executing against something that we don't know what it's going to be yet. And I would like the commission to have to come back to respond to whatever it is the legislature does, and then lay out specific goals depending on whatever that piece of legislation looks like. So I would suggest, we don't even know what the number of the bill is. It's, it hasn't been done. We're still waiting to see it. But I ultimately really believe that this is a high level policy issue, that if there's going to be major upheaval of how this place functions, I think that this is going to be something that has to come directly back to the board to set very high level specific goals around a plan that we're going to be directing the staff to execute over the 1 month, 3 months, 8 months, whatever we think it's going to take to get that done. So that would be my suggestion. And again, if anyone else has any comments, feedback, whatever, I would appreciate hearing that as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. The next one, number 6, continued regulatory implementation in education and promulgate regulatory changes as a result of the work of the Red Tape Reduction Committee. This focusing on, obviously, we have done some regulatory changes, badging requirements around those, wasting of cannabis product, needing to make sure we have sale of shelf-stable food items, needing to make sure that we are effectively communicating these out. I think some of us have come across licensees who weren't aware of a change or may not be aware a change is effective already. And then obviously, as we've talked about, we're certainly looking at potential regulatory changes to be recommended by the Red Tape Reduction Committee. Some 7 is kind of ongoing goals and projects, some things that continue to be carryover, some of them obviously, I think budget dependent. Continue to build our Center for Cannabis Research and Policy so we can build off a lot of the great work that we saw evidence by this morning's presentation. Expand the open data platform. We might be able to check that one off considering we're almost in the final steps of that. Create a strategic plan around equity program, and then obviously continue the ongoing policy work and activities of many of the approved working groups. Chair, just to your point about how we can all have some input into, I guess the wordsmithing around this, I would certainly, again, invite conversation. I wanted to distribute this today to make sure we had a chance to all see it and do it obviously in compliance with the open meeting law. In the past, we have come back and kind of wordsmithed it together to maybe save ourselves a meeting. If I'm hearing you correctly, you want to potentially take on that function. We'd still have to bring something back for the rest of the commission to approve. Might be using another meeting to wordsmith.
What I'll do is I appreciate the initial work that was done on that. I thank you for that. One of the things that I do think should be added here, and I know that this is being worked upon, but I know that there's some work regarding FMLA or that I think that actually should be added as a specific goal. I know that our CPO is working on that, and I know the executive director is already talking about that, but I think that is a very specific item, a performance issue that we want to put in there. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your work on this. I just have questions on the process. Who didn't make these? Did you guys work together?
I took what came out of a report that the ED had provided us the end of December. I built a draft. I did share it back for him for any last minute comments, and then he didn't have any actually, and then needed to use public meeting to be able to distribute the document to all of us.
Okay, So the last time you did your goals on your own, you presented to us, you didn't work through a commissioner. Why different this time?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
So last year I started March
Yeah.
3rd. I think we got the goals voted in April.
You did it on your own.
I believe that it was a continuation of goals that had come through the board and that the chair had sort of consolidated some of them and I reviewed it and presented some thoughts. So this year, what I did in the final report for the 2025 calendar year goals was Appendix A, which I believe is what the commissioner worked off of, and said, here are items that still exist in some fashion, may need to be adjusted going into 26. Added the concept of potentially moving it to fiscal year basis. And then noted in that as well that there may be additional goals that the commissioners want to add and that my goals then sort of flow through to other departments. And so looking to have those goals established. And then if I may, just on the same topic, since Commissioner Stebbins mentioned that this is not considered, in his opinion, to be priority order, I would want when goals are voted by the commissioners, if possible, where possible, I should say, that there may be some prioritization so that we can obviously assign resources accordingly. So I think to that point, my report on the end of 25 was my intent to start this process. And so I'm looking obviously for direction from the board.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, and thank you for that. And so in previous years, it was, you're saying you're gonna get our input, but we provided input before we got to this phase to help shape this phase, like to help guide it, inform it. So, but there's still opportunity for us to help shape this.
Yes,
If I
please,
may,
thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I think just to kind of reiterate, the really what I'm looking for coming out of that, one is, do commissioners agree with kind of my analysis in that Appendix A of the final report on the 2025 goals? Because it may be that you have different direction for me or different opinion on it. And then two would be that is not considering what are new goals that you're looking for the organization to have through the executive director. And so I would be looking for that to be developed for a final vote to go off of.
Commissioner Roy?
For instance, as the treasurer, I don't see anything here through that lens. Right. And so I would bring that lens, like 1 year we tripled our legal budget and, and so with no checks and balances. So that could be a goal. I'm going to look at it through a treasurer lens or, chief spending, what they've been appropriated, and so, and I do have these check-ins with Lisa, but I think baking it into the goals would also be appropriate. So I would appreciate the opportunity to be able to add to this.
So without violating open meeting law, I will request maybe anonymized feedback on each section, any additions, any subtractions. I will finalize the draft and maybe Attorney Porter, would we maybe send that to you and then we can have them anonymize the edits. I think we need Commissioner Bennett. Do we need to do that? I mean, we're talking about it now. This is where I get a little confused about open meeting law, what we can and can't talk about, a memo that hasn't been noticed. I don't know. I'm confused about what we can and can't do to get the feedback and then get a final version and then show, because we have gotten feedback from commissioners previously. So can you just
I feel that it would be more appropriate to discuss and share our feedback on what we would like to see in a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So whether we do that now, I mean, I realize we only received this a few hours ago at the start of the meeting. So maybe at the next meeting, we all share our thoughts on what we would like to see added or changed.
Okay.
At a meeting after that, we vote to approve.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that sounds good. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think that we've got a process in place and actually it sort of might lead us into our next discussion. So we will thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for this initial work that you've put together. It would be great if my fellow commissioners can take a look at this. I've sort of verbalized things that I think need to be deleted, things that need to be added, like FNMLA. Commissioner Roy has talked about budgeting. I've also talked about doing almost a zero-based budget, management review. Again, those are just different ideas. I don't know if people have other thoughts, but yes, Executive Director.
If I could just add as well, because Commissioner Roy mentioned kind of viewing through the lens. So just to kind of also add, we have a number of working groups that you all are associated with that are doing a lot of these items. So obviously Commissioner Roy on the audit working group, the medical working group, CCRP, the 4 social consumption working groups, the red tape removal, secret shopper. So, I mean, I think where we can assign these into buckets that, we can obviously be checking on them periodically throughout the year. That would be ideal. We could obviously do that as a formatting in the public meeting, but just to the point of viewing it through a lens, that would just be my one thought.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
And just for logistics, if someone could email this to the commissioners, because as opposed to just having a hard copy, I'd like
Which are you talking about?
this iteration of the goals. So
It is, I believe, now available electronically, and we'll get to you.
I want it like separate, like a, you know what I mean? Because it's like,
It can be separated now.
yeah. This
Now that we're
makes it
through the
easier
meeting.
that way. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard to find things on our, when we don't have it directly emailed to people. So, okay. All right. So are we done? Okay. So
Wait, we don't need to vote on any of
no, because we've raised it. We're talking about it. We're going to get feedback. And I think we have a meeting on, what is it, the 26th? So, all right. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is the Executive Director of Management Oversight Group. This was actually, I recall when we had an acting executive director, and I believe Commissioner Camargo was the one who suggested it, and at the time it was not approved. But I have ongoing concerns about both external and internal stories that I've heard about harassment of employees, lack of transparency in terms of testing fraud, public records requests that are backed up and not being responded to. I think that there are a lot of things on a regular basis that we need to be doing a better job of working with the executive director. So I suggest that we create an executive director management oversight group, which will ensure rigorous ongoing supervision of the executive director, who is appointed by the full commission and serves at the pleasure of the board under statutory authority. The 2-member structure, limited to comply with Massachusetts open meeting law, allows private review of administrative functions like budgeting, staffing, operations, statutory compliance, and regulatory compliance without triggering quorum requirements for public meetings. It addresses oversight gaps that arise when more than 2 commissioners cannot deliberate privately, preventing fragmented authority while delivering actionable recommendations to the full body. Ultimately, the group safeguards the commission's controls over its chief administrator, aligning daily operations with policy goals and public trust. I will be appointing Commissioners Benedon and Roy, Commissioner Roy has deep institutional knowledge of the commission and policy and law from leading numerous policy initiatives like red tape removal, secret shopper. Commissioner Benedon's background in open meeting law to assess performance, flag issues, and report transparency. The key responsibilities will be to monitor the executive director reports on finances, ongoing human resources issues, and ensuring that all employees are properly protected through the HR department, statutory compliance, that means compliance with Chapter 30A and other rules that we all must abide by, and regulatory compliance. They will assess the executive director performance using defined metrics like operational efficiency, policy alignment, goal achievement, and leadership effectiveness. Now, Commissioner Roy, I think you got some suggested language, or I think that I can just notice that I will just announce that. I don't think this requires a vote. I think that I'm just announcing that and thanking the 2 commissioners for helping with this important. There is, okay, then could you read that?
On it. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think we need motion language. I think that I have the authority under Chapter 10, Section 76. What would you like?
Assurances it won't be challenged from legal or anyone else. Do we need the motion? I just don't want you to have.
We'll do the motion. Okay, we'll do the motion. Yeah. Executive Director.
If I just may ask for clarity, because I was following the scope there. We'll need a performance evaluation of the executive director by June 30th. Is this the group that's doing that? Was that included in the?
No,
scope
this
you
is,
mentioned?
this will just be regular ongoing oversight and tracking of issues that come into the commission. We all will be part of assessing and CPO, Debbie Hilton Creek, I believe. I don't know if we have that on our agenda right now with the forms that we're all supposed to be filling out, but this is going to be a regularized part because I've grown concerned because this is, I think Commissioner Stebbins once said this, that the commissioners are the ones when problems are not being solved on a day-to-day basis. That's when they get reported to the commissioners, and this is your job to administrate. It is our job to make decisions that require judgment and deliberation. So this is to make sure that on a day-to-day basis, we have this regular oversight and weekly review of what is going on. So Commissioner Roy, do you want to?
Yeah, and and maybe this probably should have been done eons ago, quite frankly. And an example of when, if this was in place, perhaps the prorated fee hiccup never would have happened, right? It was like and so this perhaps should have been done a long time ago. We appoint the executive director, the board. We're the ones that have the statutory authority. Right in statute, the executive director serves at the will of the board. But with open meeting law, it's like there's 4 bosses, if you will, and 5 when we're at full strength. And it's impossible. Like, it's like we can't talk. And so we then are bad managers because we're unable to have an area where we can converse. So this should have been done a long time ago, quite frankly. And so, I welcome it. And I think that it's going to be highly productive for everybody involved.
And again, if a new law passes and there's new processes and procedures and new chair, things, can change. But I also think that, it is born of my hope that we can foster a more positive and collaborative working relationship with you. And again, I think we're good. I think that Commissioner Benedon, but I think that these 2 commissioners are the best positioned and situated to take that role and to do so collaboratively. Commissioner Benedon.
So I just wanted to, I think, discuss a little bit more and have greater clarity as to what the role would be. And I appreciate and am honored to have my name suggested. But I do want to be, I guess, clear as to what the intention is, because as you very correctly stated, the executive director works for and reports to all of the commissioners, and all of the commissioners ultimately have that oversight responsibility. And so are we delegating certain responsibilities, or is this not intended to be any kind of an authorization type of group, but rather people who might be more available than calling a full meeting for quick check-ins or informal feedback? So I think I want that clarity, and also just being mindful of, right now we're 4 commissioners and we're suggesting that 2 will kind of be designated to hold this role and not leaving out the other 2 who have every right to be just as involved in the day-to-day oversight. So I think I'm not opposed to this, but I think more clarity.
We all have regular meetings with the executive director, and we'll continue to do this.
Right.
I just think that in the spirit of greater collaboration and positive interaction, I think that this is appropriate. It was raised previously, and I think that you 2 are the best positioned to take this role on. I think it's an important one, but it doesn't undermine. Commissioner Stebbins is actively collaborating and coordinating, Again, I had no idea, but he did the work, he got it done and presented the goal and worked goals and worked closely with the executive director to do it. It doesn't stop any of us from continuing to do that. I'll still be having my regular meetings, but I just think that this is a more structured way. It is a more collaborative way, but it is also a more positively directive way to achieve the goals that we all want to have happen, but also making sure that there are fewer calls to commissioners about problems that are occurring within the commission that it is not transparent to all of us until there's a real problem. And so I just want to make sure that, again, it is in the spirit of collaboration. It is in the spirit of positive interaction that I think this is a very good idea. So Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the suggestion. I guess, two questions I have. One is with respect to the motion. The other one I would have is the ongoing interaction that the ED would have with you and I. We're kind of outside of the circle of trust here, the bubble.
I don't think it takes anybody out.
Well, let me clarify that a little bit. So if the ED is meeting with two commissioners talking about, management oversight topics, anything that comes up, I think it puts the ED in a hard position to then have conversations with you and I, because he can't talk about those items necessarily.
He doesn't stop. He talks to us all the time and has to be mindful of open meeting law. I mean, again, that doesn't change. And what I see this as, right, and it's not, it doesn't change anything. What I think it does is it creates a more structured system of accountability on a regular basis. It basically allows two commissioners to more regularly look at the goals, collaborate together on how we do hold the executive director accountable. It doesn't stop him from talking to us. It doesn't stop your meetings. I still will have my meetings with him on a regular basis. I still will be asking him questions and raising issues at meetings. I just feel that I have had complaints that have been bubbling up, complaints that don't appear when I am raising them and asking them to be addressed. I have been frustrated by my ability to get this done. And so what I would like is a fresh pair of eyes, seasoned pair of eyes to work collaboratively to maybe do a better job. But I am frustrated. So I will state that. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, and we find ourselves within the confines of open meeting law, and to discuss a performance issue, if there was one, we can't go into executive session. That would have to be done here because it doesn't fit, right, Commissioner? Right. So unless it goes to character, then you can go in exec. But if it's and sometimes there's highly sensitive information that number one, I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about in a public meeting, and that I wouldn't, and would like to talk to the executive director about with another commissioner. And I am aware of sensitive information, quite frankly, that's, a little unsettling. And so this is an opportunity to have open dialogue, stay within the parameters of open meeting law, and foster, I think, a more productive environment, and hopefully at the end of the day, a better environment for everybody.
The alternative is, and I will recall when we had our acting executive director, I believe Commissioner Concepcion actually was attending all meetings of senior staff. So I don't think that that's appropriate. And to me, that would almost be the alternative here. Would you agree? I mean, were you aware that former acting chair Concepcion was attending when we had an acting executive director, were you aware that she was attending all the meetings of the senior staff?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay, did you think that was appropriate?
I did at the time, under the circumstances, sure. If I can. But
Okay, right, okay, then maybe that's the alternative.
if I can.
Please,
I'd like to
thank
ask a
you.
Question.
That could be
as
the
it
alternative.
relates to the motion.
Okay,
The subject to quarterly reporting and annual review by the commission, just some clarity, is that quarterly reporting from the executive director or the oversight group?
For both. I mean, this is a starting point. If you want to add in some friendly amendments, I'm open to that. This is just to get something off the ground. But if you want to go more granular on the reporting and want to recommend some motion language, then that's open to that.
but I also, and this is for Commissioner Benenon's benefit. When we had an acting executive director and Commissioner Roy actually voted against this, and I think I have shared with you the fidelity to statute and regulation, which we don't do here often. And the commissioners previously voted to, I think, undermine the statutory authority of the executive director when it comes to the day-to-day operations. And I think this has been probably one of my greatest frustrations over the course of the last several months, is that we have seen vacuums of authority, power happen, and usurpation of the authority of the commissioners. And I think that previously, when the commissioners voted to usurp the statutory authority of the executive director, I thought that was not done appropriately, because I think it was in violation of the statute. Because the job of the executive director is to manage downward, is to get direction from the commissioners, look at what the overall policy is. We vote on a budget, and it's his job or her job to execute. It is not the executive director's job to substitute his or her judgment for commissioners when they vote on licensing issues or fines or anything like that. That is our job and our job only. And so, because I have grown concerned and frustrated about that execution, I know that you have voted in favor of that before, but to me, that's almost the alternative. But I don't think that's statutory. I don't think it was statutorily sound when it was voted on before. And I don't think it would be statutorily sound now. So this is where I am. This is my frustration and my concern. And I have shared with people, we have seen reports and printed in mainstream media and less than mainstream media about harassment of employees. We have seen the state auditor indicate that on occasion we have seen disparate treatment among licensees. And you can have one person getting a phone call and taking care of something, or, and someone else, gets taken to the woodshed. That is disparate treatment. And those decisions have to remain at the commissioner level, and the execution has to be done by our executive director. And so my concern, and I know you have voiced this before, and I know that's why you, with all good intent, took that vote when we had an acting executive director. I think you intended to do the right thing, although I think it was in violation of the statute. So that's the alternative that I see. And I don't know if you would vote the same way, but I think that this is a good alternative. I think that it helps. Again, I think that it is good in terms of honest collaboration, support of the executive director, but also clarifying what his job is and how he executed. And then we still get to talk. We still get to provide feedback. And ultimately, we're still the people who are responsible under Chapter 10, Section 76, whatever, that we're the ones who are held accountable for holding the executive director accountable. So this is my level of frustration has risen. I'm trying to figure an alternative that I think is helpful and positive and moves us in the right direction. So I don't know if anybody, I don't think I need a vote, but and again, I think it is my authority to just designate and if people would like further clarity, but I hope you understand that this is not something that is done lightly or easy. And I know that you didn't take that vote lightly or easily when you undermined the ability of the former acting executive director to execute the job on a day-to-day basis. So anyway, Commissioner Bennett.
I would suggest also that I don't think a vote is needed here. If the chair is inclined, that the statute 76H says that the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. And then further, to promote efficiency, the chair shall make such division or redivision of the work of the commission among the commissioners as the chair deems expedient. I think for me to be comfortable with it, especially if I'm taking it on, I think it is important to me that we are not so much delegating the authority of the commission as a whole, and we're not taking anything away from any of the other commissioners. This is simply a more perhaps frequent or more accessible opportunity to have sounding board type discussions. And that would be how I would approach something like this, rather than that we are delegating to two commissioners among the four to have any particular powers that would otherwise be held by everybody.
I couldn't have stated it better myself. Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Commissioner Bendon, for citing the statute. And the reason I said the motion language is because I had concern that there would be pushback, but we clearly have three of us are in agreement. I don't know where Commissioner Stebbins stands. So it's clear how the board feels right now without a vote. So I'm hopeful and confident that there'll be no pushback from legal or even the executive director, anybody. We've talked this through. I agree with Commissioner Bennetton's approach to this, and I will work with her with the same approach. And so I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this is our intent and there will be no obstacles or pushback.
And bottom line is, it is to promote collegial collaboration and positive support for the executive director. So, and I hope he understands that. So anyway, executive director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the collaboration and the support. Just want to clarify without the motion, the quarterly language was in there. Would the intent be that myself and Commissioner Bennetton and Roy would be probably around the June timeframe coming back and sort of updating the board on generally what we've been working on?
That would be great.
Great.
All right. Thank you. Thanks very much. And again, I appreciate the conversation. It's helpful. All right. Now we're going to hopefully appoint another. You're a busy bee, Commissioner Roy.
What am I doing now?
But this is, oh no, we're now, we did that. No, I was going to do, you know what? Why don't we just quickly, before we call up the folks, the biennial license renewal study group, or do you think that it's more appropriate that maybe we do the red
Just need a 5-minute break.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Why don't you make a motion?
Yeah, so moved. Thank
All
you.
right. Seconded. All in favor? Aye, aye. We will come back at 2:45. Thank you. All right. And we are back. We are now moving to number 8, which is the issue of non-enforcement of red tape items discussion. As we have previously addressed, and we have convened a number of different stakeholders regarding what we call red tape. And from my original comments this morning, we know that when the commission was originally established, there were very, very heavy regulations, not really understanding, going in one, pendulum direction to make sure that we were protecting public health and safety. But we've seen a number of items that really don't truly protect public health and safety, that have become an excessive burden, costly, waste of time for both licensees, but also for our investigations and enforcement team. And I would like to remind the investigations and enforcement team, I would also ask that we get your feedback as well. We do have a list. Jessica Porter has it, but I would really appreciate folks, if you have things to add or things to say, we shouldn't be doing that. I would appreciate that. I know that my executive assistant is working on trying to get a quick phone call, but short of that, I would love to get your feedback on that as well. So anyway, because it is possible to, as we're going through this regulatory process, and it's a long and cumbersome process. Obviously, we have to go through listing and we draft and we send it to the Secretary of State, and then it comes back, and then we have final regs. There are some items that we think may not be immediately protecting public health and safety, that we may send a message to our team that maybe we should not be enforcing that right now. So anyway, Commissioner Roy, I think that you have been working on a potential motion, or is this just something that we discuss? I mean, how do we want to address this? I think Commissioner Stebbins, you also raised the issue of the requirement to have a property interest. I think you raised that earlier in the meeting today, that you were getting feedback. And maybe even asking ACIE BD Boyd to come up, and maybe, and I don't know if Attorney Gooden is here, but maybe I could ask you to come up and provide us some guidance on how something like this might work. Would there's Attorney Gooden.
Chair,
Yes.
would you like me to read the motion language, which
Oh, sure.
would
Okay.
frame
Sure.
our discussion? If that's
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm just not, I know that you were working on language, and
Yep,
but I
all
also
set.
want to get their feedback.
Yeah, so I'll read the motion language, and this may help shape and frame the discussion. Move to direct the executive director and staff to develop and present to the board no later than April 15th, 2026, a prioritized list of regulations that may be considered for temporary non-enforcement or discretionary relaxation, subject to board authorization as part of an immediate initiative to reduce regulatory burden and streamline compliance requirements. So I guess what it says, boil it down, is with the executive director, you and Armin and appropriate staff would come, supply a list, provide a list of things you think could be temporary relaxed or not, or discretionary relaxation, if you will, for lack of a better term, which would come to the board, and the board would decide that list if we, what we think it's all appropriate or certain ones. So, and there might be things off the top of mind. I know what Commissioner Stebbins raised. We hear that a lot. I hear about the visitor rule, or the babysitting rule, people call it as. You have the plumber come in for a backed up toilet, and you're going to pay a registered agent to stand by that plumber's side the whole time while they're fixing the toilet. And so, maybe that's one. And, if the plumber puts 2 plants in his pocket out the door, well, the licensee is responsible for that. But so that's just one that comes to top of mind. And there might be others that you might be thinking of. So really, like, you guys will really shape and inform us of what you think is appropriate at this juncture.
And if I can just follow up, I think that the article that was in today's Globe sort of takes the temperature of where the industry is right now. We already have 30 licensees that are in receivership, and we know that that list is only growing. We don't want to, and Commissioner Benanon made an important point about, you know, how we do or don't do this, but this has actually been, we have seen discretionary non-enforcement of regulations previously. So we are not telling people to not abide by the law, but we want to be very clear. I mean, frankly, I think that the issue that Commissioner Stebbins raised, that might be one of the first things that I would look at, because, and I know that Director Koval has been getting multiple emails about this issue, but we recognize that having a property interest while you're, you know, to get your provisional license, and I'm not going to name names, but there is one particular social equity applicant that is looking to get funding from the equity fund. Having that provisional license is important, but this is the story that I heard, which is very compelling to me, is that I'm already up to my eyeballs. I've already mortgaged my house, and now you're telling me that I have to start paying rent. And from my perspective, it's up to the community that is also going to uphold zoning laws. They're going to tell people what they can and can't do. They're going to tell people who can and cannot be, you know, aside a cannabis licensee. They've already put in place, if they're a yes town, they've already put in place probably fairly stringent zoning restrictions already. So it's not that we don't want you doing your job, but we want you to focus on the things that really make a difference. But it's also with complete concurrence from commissioners. I mean, if we don't have universal consensus or even a vote, you know, but we're not going to do anything like that. But I do think that the one that Commissioner Stebbins raised at the beginning of the meeting, that's one of those things that might be on that non-enforcement. A, I think it's a small number. B, it seems to be disproportionately harming social equity applicants to get that provisional license, and that barrier to not be paying rent then also precludes them from getting a grant from the fund. So love your feedback, would love your take on you know, the drafted motion. Just get your thoughts on that. Please, thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So appreciate the kind of additional clarity provided through the motion language here. I do think that I am also encouraged by the fact that this is really kind of the beginning of a conversation too, or kind of the second phase of that conversation, because I know we've already been having this conversation over the last several weeks here. I think coming back to the board with some of that information is definitely something that I think could help to clarify a few items. And I just want to kind of flag some of those too for your consideration as we're moving forward. I also had a question as well relative to kind of the red tape removal working group and kind of utilizing that to maybe provide some direction for us as we're really collaborating with the executive director, internally with our teams as well. So I suppose I'll start there actually. So when we're looking at this, I know that the actual agenda item here too is really kind of couched in that red tape removal working group. And I know that the working group and you all have done a lot of work already identifying kind of that universe. Is that something that we could work with that red tape removal working group to kind of identify or get more clarity on what that universe looks like so that we can focus our work on it as opposed to kind of taking the full 300 pages?
This is, I'd like to set up a meeting with you guys.
Yes.
And I know that you know, there have been scheduling issues in the last couple of weeks that have made this very challenging, and we're asking people to do a lot of things simultaneously.
Yeah, happy to
also down, but we, you know, I think that we have that universe of suggestions. We've seen some it's statute that doesn't work. You can't really do that. But I think that if we can, if you can recommend based on that database that Attorney Porter has put together, and if you can say we agree. I want your recommendations. Again, I would really love to focus on what Commissioner Stebbins said. I think that's one, but anyway, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is, and this predates, I think, possibly both of you, but with 500-050-2D, tier relegation, who made the decision not to enforce that? How did that become one of those things that wasn't enforced? Do you have any historical context that you can share with us?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I personally do not have any insights into how that came to
Right.
be. I'm just kind of aware of obviously the recent developments and obviously the.
Yeah, and so we voted to enforce it, right? But prior to that, it was been on the books, right, since 2017, 2018, and it just wasn't enforced. So I don't know who made that conscious decision not to enforce it, and that's okay. We're enforcing it now, and we need to. It's timely. But really, it's really a board decision with consultation from you on other areas like that. And so I think this is really important because I don't know if those conversations were had back then. Like, we're not going to enforce this 500-050 regulation.
Please, Attorney Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, Commissioner Roy just echoing Co-Chief Enos that I also am not privy to any of those conversations if they did occur there. I mean, just some things, particularly in the early days, may have come down to staff resources, but that's really kind of speculating on my end. But as we're going through and identifying these two, I think having kind of additional conversations here will help to clarify a few different items that might be helpful as we're considering this this policy as well. So one, in terms of kind of the clarity on the level of non-enforcement, so we have a number of different tools that are available to the agency when we are considering enforcement of regulations, going from kind of regular notices of deficiency where we are identifying, hey, this is a deficiency for the regulations. We follow up with that, or the licensee will follow up a plan of correction. And the majority of our non-compliance issues are dealt with in that kind of routine process. So if we're talking about kind of non-enforcing through NODs versus non-enforcing through kind of the issuance of an order to show cause, formal enforcement action, summary suspension orders, things of that nature. So kind of it's more clarity on the level.
If it's something that requires a summary suspension order, it's not something.
I imagine, right?
But it's really, again, I just point back to why do you have to start paying rent? You know what I mean? To me, that's one of those things that is like a check the box, or as Commissioner Roy has raised, the architectural review.
Sure.
Anything that's going to protect, anything that would be at that level, that's not going to be something it really comes down to check the box things that were put into the regulation that, I mean, I would look at architectural review. I would look at, I don't know if Commissioner Roy, has some other, but those are the two that come to mind for me that would be, I think, the easiest. It would take a headache from you guys chasing back and forth. But I think it also would be a relief. And again, that's really what we're looking for.
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense to me. I obviously kind of assumed that we didn't want to go that far, but I'm really kind of thinking just generally, and some of those items that you're identifying too, those maybe wouldn't even necessarily result in an NOD, that more so result in the fact that our licensing team can't continue to process an application without certain information.
Right.
I think so. With that in mind too, I think having kind of a further conversation on this topic will help us to have an opportunity to identify any liability for the agency or any risks for particular non-enforcement. And then related to kind of the when we're talking about having the property interest as part of the provisional license phase in particular, just using that as an example, allowing us some time to identify the list and then also identify any related regulatory requirements. So we're talking about the provisional license phase, for example. And if I am misstating this, I apologize, but in association with that too, you have a property interest. That property interest also helps to identify the area in which you need to, your abutters for community outreach meetings and things of that nature. So
Maybe community outreach.
I was just gonna, that was
exactly. So this is
community outreach meetings.
Having been on that side,
Oh.
have a community outreach meeting. You pay for a sign language translator and no one shows up.
And when I worked for for Council Siomo, there were many different instances where there was developments in District 9 that they would have a community meeting sometimes or an abutters meeting sometimes.
But you look at the city of Boston
Mhm.
or the city of Greenfield, right? They have rigorous and robust zoning issues where you always have to be enforcing. So
Yep.
this is what I mean is that when it is clear in my, to me anyway, that we're protecting the public's interest. The community is protecting the public's interest, right? And I also think, and one of the suggestions I was sort of thinking out loud is, we can make this time certain, right? Give us enough time to pass red tape reduction regulations. And so we can say that in this limited time frame, or until we pass, you know what I mean? I think that there's a way to wordsmith it, but I think it's sort of, you sort of know it when you see it. I think you'll know it when you see it. Because again, it's not anything that's going to be, serious, that's going to require someone's license being suspended or, a significant fine, but.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
that makes total sense. Really, the point that I'm more so trying to illustrate is the fact that each individual regulation may also be tied up with a number of other regulations. So I would just want to make sure that we're doing our job informing the board that, hey, if we don't enforce this regulation, that also has kind of a cascading effect to some other potential regulatory requirements.
Thank you, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of come back to what I'm understanding from the motion that Commissioner Roy mentioned and the discussion so far. So ultimately, the red tape removal working group did a survey after the meeting. The government affairs team with Jessica Porter is having all of that ready to go. So we would be lined up for an April meeting. Right now, we have April 16th on the calendar. So within that same framework, we'd be basically looking at what might be coming for the commissioners to consider. And then the commissioners initially intaking what would be that priority list would also want to have a conversation with INE and other staff on, are these items, if there is generally a consensus of the board that this is the direction you're going to go in regulatory changes, that we're able to make those immediately at the authorization of the board, knowing that the regulatory changes come. That's generally the principle. And then obviously we'd be looking for the legal team with the EC, GC, and INE to say that these things, this is how it would look. And then, I think one example that I've used, and I don't know the answer to this question, so I probably shouldn't throw it out, but I think it's what most people can conceptualize. The board chose to go from 2 to 1 drivers for delivery. Until the regs were promulgated, we were theoretically enforcing drivers, right? But the board had already made their determination.
Right.
And so like that interim period is really what you're talking about.
Yes. So it's, yes, that's an excellent illustration. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and fully appreciate the conversation with Commissioner Roy for bringing this up, and you, Chair, because of the work of the Red Tape Reduction Committee. I will tell you at the outset, I'm concerned. I would not necessarily be inclined to support this. I'm happy to kind of take it to the next step. I think what is missing for me in the motion, and happy to work on some language around it, I would love some legal opinion around case law around this. Again, I think our approach previously, when we needed what we knew were necessary changes to regulations, and the ED just pointed one of those out. I remember at that meeting where we voted to send the final package to the Secretary of State and had it published. We are also quick to remind licensees, please don't run right out and stop having 2 drivers. So again, I'm happy to kind of continue the conversation. I think some legal guidance and case law would be appropriate to add to the motion. And happy to kind of let the conversation continue. Well, that's what I'd like to find out.
Okay, but I mean, all right, so as long as we know that when we see case law that is controlling in terms of what commissioners, the authority that commissioners have, is that what you're looking for? Case law that allows us to make this kind of a decision? You that's what you're looking for?
Case law either allowing us to make these decisions, or case law which have pushed back on other bodies that try to do this similar thing. I just don't know what the answer is.
But I just want to make sure that you're comfortable that when we see case law that directs us in terms of enforcement or non-enforcement of regulations, that's what you want to see?
Generally, yes. That's
right. That's good. Commissioner Benedon.
And I'll note that given the stage we're at, I'm comfortable with the motion language and bringing this forward for further consideration. But I do view differently the identification of items for temporary non-enforcement compared to discretionary relaxation. The discretionary non-enforcement or discretionary relaxation, to me, raises more of those potential issues, legal issues or otherwise, especially as we know that we have been criticized for selective enforcement or disparate enforcement. And so as we think about these things, I might be more comfortable with items where we are clearly stating this requirement does not meaningfully promote public health and safety. We're not going to enforce it, versus this where we're going to tell the investigators, well, if you see it, it's up to you whether you note it or not. That to me is more concerning.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan.
So would you be more comfortable if it said uniform temporary? Does that mean that means it's across the board, or do you want any words removed?
I see, I think it's the word discretionary.
Right.
Which would
I guess right. It is the word discretionary.
want that out?
I think we could take it out, or we could even,
Frankly, I
may
don't,
as well take it out if others are comfortable with it, although I don't think it matters.
Because it's too subjective. It implies it's too subjective.
and I at all costs want to take out discretion and retain the authority of the board to make these executive directives.
That's a great point. I think I was reading it as discretionary relaxation, discretionary as in you were.
That's how I was reading it too.
So I certainly don't want that to be how that reads.
So are we going to take out discretionary?
I did.
Yes.
Just added, before we decide to take out discretionary relaxation, just assessment by legal division of relevant case law.
What is that going to take? All right, yeah. All right,
Red tape, just red tape.
all right, so but we're saying present to the board. All right, so
We vote on the first motion. If it goes down, then we'll vote on his motion.
all right, why don't you make your motion? All right, but see,
I feel like that's adding red tape.
I know, but also this is the problem, is that we continue to get bottlenecked. I mean, we continue to get bottlenecked and get opinions or memos that I don't think are sound. And when you were talking about case law, I have, there was a memo that should have been distributed to you that clearly lays out case law and how it limits our ability to delegate authority. So this is my problem, is that we have a memo that flies in the face of that case law. So what I'm afraid of is we're going to waste time getting a memo that undercuts our authority to do this. So that would be my only concern. But Commissioner Roy, it all has to be wrapped up by April 16th.
I mean, honestly, the goal of red tape is to remove red tape. And if we put all these bureaucratic layers, we're just adding.
We're not going to do anything until April 16th.
Right.
So we are moving, we're basically just moving the executive director and the staff to develop, propose. So we're not voting on doing it yet. We're saying, come back to us. That will color our decision.
Yeah, we're not taking any action.
No, so you can get he can get whatever legal memos he wants and whatever case law. But the problem that I have is when case law is presented that people don't like, then we don't pay attention to case law. I mean, there is very, very serious case law that limits our ability to subdelegate. It was a memo from Christine Bailey to former chair Kim. That limits our ability to delegate authority, and we've ignored that. And we have a memo that basically flies in the face of that. So that's my concern, Commissioner Stebbins. So anyway, Attorney Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to ask a question in terms of the timing here. So if we're just thinking about kind of the scope and making sure that we're able to review the kind of the items that the red tape removal working group are identifying in advance. I just want to make sure that they line up with this April 16th deadline, just so that we're able to look.
It's really limited.
Yeah,
Right? We're talking about a very narrow, and we're gonna ask you, what makes your job easier, right? And it's really as much to help you folks as it does provide relief to our licensees or our applicants. Or, you know, again, I keep thinking about the guy who wants to, social equity applicant, who wants to get money from the fund, can't because.
understood on that. Just,
You know,
do we have the list already identified? I'm sorry.
Yes, you should have that.
Okay, because I know that there was a list we were identifying. I believe that the understanding or the
Yeah,
here's
Jess
where we
has
are
it.
identifying kind of what those priorities were.
Yeah, Attorney Porter has it. If I may, this is almost like a pilot program of the what will eventually be formal red tape removal or a beta test. And then, you know, we're gonna pick a few areas that don't jeopardize public health or safety, and that, you know, makes sense, that are red tape that, you know, that no longer needs to be there. And to the executive director's point, the recommendations you bring us might get folded into the formal red tape. So this is almost like a pilot, a lead up to formal rulemaking.
And again, I know that there've been some scheduling, you know, issues. And so, you know, I'd asked Kate Flanagan to try to set something up. This doesn't have to be something long. It's literally, let's look it through. I'd ask you to say to your staff, you look at this and you tell us what makes your life easier. You look and say, heck no, you should not
Right.
be doing that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So, and just as well, like it will definitely can look at kind of like that priority list as well and put something together too. And, you know, with the expectation too, that perhaps the list starts out smaller, et cetera.
Four things, you know, we don't know. So, okay,
Okay,
I'll reread,
all right.
because I adjusted the date from the original
Yeah.
executive director notice, provided that, you know, let's time it with our next meeting. So,
Okay.
okay. Move to direct the executive director and staff to develop and present to the board no later than April 16th, 2026, a prioritized list of regulations that may be considered for temporary non-enforcement, subject to to board authorization as part of an immediate initiative to reduce regulatory burden and streamline compliance requirements.
Having been moved, Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
No.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes 3-1. Thank you very much. And again, we can get some of that case law and hopefully make you more comfortable day after tax day. All right, so, I don't know. All right, thank you very much, guys, and appreciate it. And again, happy
Can
birthday.
I stay up here for this next topic?
Please.
Remain to, it's more on Libya's lane, but biennial renewal.
Could we get Director Kova as well?
Well, maybe that's.
Thank you. All right. So Commissioner Roy, this is something that you and Commissioner Stebbins have been conferring about and proposing. Please, thank you.
And I'd love to hear from Commissioner Stebbins too on this. When we, and this is really segues nice from a previous topic, because the Red Tape Removal Committee, this came up, and to me, this is the number one thing we could start with red tape. And the reason I say that is because renewals impact every licensee, not just retailers, not just ITLs. It impacts the entire industry across the board. And in the previous CIE had even mentioned, we had talked about this, about going from annual to biennial. And, paperwork, there's a lot of paperwork in this industry and a lot of documents need to be uploaded. And Olivia, you and your team go through all of them. And so, and I looked in statute and there's no prescriptive language in statute that would prevent us from doing this. And so, imagine having a scenario where, you submit it every other year. And now obviously the licensing fees need to stay yearly because the revenues are due to the state. So non-negotiable right there. But the paperwork, and obviously, we would work with you. We're going to have a working group, I believe, and bake in language that, if you update an SOP, you have to notify us in so many days. Or, obviously any changes on principles or, there's certain things that require, emergency call, there's certain things that require notification to the commission within a prescribed time frame. That all remains the same, but it's the annual glut of paperwork and uploads. And now you're going to have a whole new license type that's going to have a glut of paperwork. So imagine freeing up you and your staff in that end, and then you can focus on what's coming down the pike. So I think it makes sense for a lot of reasons. And I don't know what my colleagues think, but I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins because he's going to tackle this with me. And I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Commissioner Stebbins.
No, if I might, Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Roy, and happy to join you on this this study group. It's great to hear, this is coming out of the work of the Red Tape Reduction Committee. I'd be remiss, and I hope we can fold this into an element of this review and study is thoughts that we have always heard from all of you in terms of timely renewal. I know it's somewhat of an extension of this conversation, but timely renewal. We let people know 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, and inevitably we're running at the last minute to get somebody onto an agenda, right? It's certainly been brought to our attention. How do we incentivize, I guess, I'll use that word to characterize it right now. How do we incentivize people to follow that timeline so they're not delayed? They're not running around, oh my gosh, I could be closed tomorrow because I haven't got my renewal done. And I think it was Armin on not even going to try to go through your new title. Director Enos, thinking about, do we look at this perhaps somewhat as, I need a passport tomorrow. You pay a little extra for that priority nature of getting your passport in 3 to 4 days. Again, all part of the conversation, but to Commissioner Roy's point, I think this is a good conversation for us to have. Certainly would potentially lighten bandwidth for our team so that they can begin to focus on other things, whether it's new social consumption license applications coming in or, time that you all want to spend on doing investigations. So happy to participate and hopefully bring some suggestions back for the full commission.
So gets notified when we're getting the 90-day, 20-day, and this is one of the things that I can't know. I don't remember who I caught in my. But we know that we have a couple that have kind of fallen through the cracks. We're going to have a quick remote meeting on Monday to get a couple that fell through the cracks. And but can we just increase the universe of people that get those notifications? Because I can see, I think you previously said the lawyer gets it. It just feels like I'd send it to the janitor who might not have to chase the plumber around anymore. But the more people that we're sending that notification out to, the more likely someone's going to go, holy cow, we've got this deadline looming. I don't know how anybody forgets this. Okay, I can tell you what the date of my license renewal was is February 11th. It's my husband's birthday. But I could tell you today what my birthday was as a provisional licensee. I don't know how they forget it. So could we just increase the universe of people who get emails, because we know that that our CTIO is still looking for money to be able to maybe automate or send the.
So we had a change with JD. Initially, it was just one person on the record that was getting, all the updates. And again, they get about 12 updates through Mass CIP. Then we added another email that they can, for another business email. The issue seems to be that they do not use Mass CIP as much, licensees as much as they use Metric. You know, they'll use Metric daily, whereas Mass CIP, I believe it becomes an afterthought, so they.
Do we send out emails?
We
Is that the
do.
way to be-
No, they do start getting emails from 120 days prior to expiration, but it seems that either they change email and they forget to tell us, or it goes to junk and they don't know, we don't know that it's going to their junk. We've explored, you know, with CTIO, potentially, Commissioner Roy brought this up as well, a phone call, you know, like CVS reminds you, hey, come pick up this prescription. Unfortunately, we do not have the capability, you know, the funding, anything that we.
Robocalls.
That I would invite CTIO because it's out of my lane. I don't know how that works, but. Sorry, Paul.
Again, I keep putting my ex-politician hat on, and robocalls were a thing. I don't even know if they're a thing anymore, and we hate them. But it does seem to me, you know what I mean? I mean, how do we do this? Because, you know, we've had a number of scrambles here. We don't want to see a licensee have their license suspended for temporarily. You know, do you have any other suggestions, or is this really we're gonna wait for technology upgrade?
Well, some of it's old, a little older technology, you know, that I've worked with for years would be automated mailings, you know, using a third-party mailing service to send out snail mail, US Postal Service mail.
But every year, we get them to stick a stamp on a postcard. And we, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so we're not paying the postage.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even a postcard going someplace, somebody's gonna, I just feel like there's gotta be an easier way to take this off of your plate, because this is not the first scramble that we've had in the last couple of months. And I don't want to keep putting you guys on the hot seat.
Yeah, I mean, we can explore a couple of thoughts. You know, just one thought I had maybe is, again, as part of the licensing, either application or renewal, or, you know, your provisional licensing, is that there's an explicit, almost like, here's the contact, like your doctor has the alternate contact, like you have to fill out this form that this is your contact. We're going to be using this for all official communications, and they need to update that. And maybe that's a form that we can put on the website that's separate from the application process within Mass CIP, would be something that, at least, because I know one of the challenges we've heard too, Olivia knows, shared example of, you know, we contact even the staff, even the manager of it, but the license owner is, they don't want their email address out there.
Right.
They don't want to be contacted.
That happens a lot.
So even if we have it, we don't even have the actual owner who's the ones responsible for the license in many cases. So again, we're relying on them forwarding them, you know, a message to the person. So there's a lot of different root causes. And I think things like adding some more mail, we can certainly look at the robocalls, but again, it's the same situation. If we don't have a phone number, and again, robocalls, you know, there's more and more regulations against those. You have to opt in and such.
Yeah, but everybody would have to opt in.
Right. But I think even just like maybe looking at the contact form approach a little bit differently from the license as part of the license, but maybe it's a new, you know, process that could be emphasized. Well, that would be to set it up as.
And
Hold on, go ahead.
they are supposed to notify us whenever they're changing their contact, but often they forget to do that. And so, and the other thing I always hear is it's going to junk mail and I wasn't aware. So it's either they forget to update their contact or it's going to junk mail, in which case, you know, I don't know how we can prevent them.
Well, I mean, it seems like there's got to be some initial test that we send out after you get your provisional license, that we send out something, make sure it doesn't bounce back, or they have to, you have, with your provisional license, you've so many days that you have to tell us you've received this, and if you haven't, your license is invalid. I mean, maybe we do it at the front end.
They do, and we do, and it's funny because they do receive that, so they're aware they need to pay within 90 days. So I'm not sure if the email where the automated emails come from is different, so that's why it potentially goes to junk, or if it's an excuse. I'm not, you know, I can't really.
Just gonna let the director.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to build on Director Colwell's points, that seems to be kind of the frustrating aspect with some of this is that initially the communications are going through, but then time and time again, when we come up on renewal, here we are. 100% agree with Director Koval. We just really need licensees to stay on top of the email addresses. Again, if something is going to change, we need to know immediately. But the information they provide and the email addresses they tell us are going to use, that is what we have into the records. So again, the at least 5 reminders they have before the renewal date are set up, but just would kind of stress to our licensees to make sure you're checking your email accounts, make sure you're on top of those, because that is our primary means of communicating with
Your junk mail, like that's.
even the junk.
Check your junk mail,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Roy?
So we've all heard the term money talks. We don't charge a late fee, do we?
We do not, and I'm glad you're bringing that up.
So what I would propose, if we are gracious enough as a board to go to biennial, and then maybe we impose a late fee.
Significant.
Yes,
Money talks.
yes, that's actually something Director Enos.
I'd rather get rid of the architectural review and whack them on the other end if they don't do it in a timely fashion.
Right? So you got the carrot and the stick, and okay, we're gonna relax it. It's going every 2 years, but get it in on
Yes,
time.
yes.
And a couple of licensees. I don't know if I'm seeing any smiles there. I think I'm seeing that.
Okay, well, you see our predicament where they've tried everything to, all good faith efforts, right?
Right.
Timely, good faith efforts. And, people are busy, they're running businesses, I get it, but I just looked at a license. There is an expiration date in the corner of a license.
Yes.
That is on the wall of
They
all
have-
licensees,
It's on their
right? I
actual
just looked at
certificate.
one to say, so money talks.
So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, definitely acknowledging, so we have been talking about this more recently because there have been a few instances. I mean, there's always instances
Yeah.
of this happening, but there have been quite a few instances more recently where it is I think it's fair to characterize it as a scramble on the staff part to make sure that the licensee does not shut down because it's late.
so this is per hour of us talking here. Okay, so I mean, we're wasting this time here
Exactly.
even doing this.
And there is already a regulatory requirement that says no later than, like, the licensee shall submit the renewal application 90 days
90
prior
days.
to their expiration date. So there is already that regulatory standard. And so definitely Co-Chief Enos suggested that it's a great idea.
But how do we, I don't even know exactly how we collect the annual renewals.
It's
How is that done? Is it all electronic? Do we have access to their bank account that we can automatically debit it?
I don't believe we have, the only type of payment I've seen is through Mass CIP or check, but usually it's Mass CIP. What happens is when they hit submit to the renewal application, before we approve it or review or anything, that's when they also have to make their annual license
They
payment.
can still send in a paper check, right?
They can, that's because, we had the MTCs that weren't in Mass CIP, so, and we've had instances where for whatever reason, they were getting charged a fee to do it online, so they would choose, but that was very rare, except for the MTCs. But for the most part, it's done through Mass CIP and court, I believe, and Lisa could speak to, the CFAO could speak to that part more if needed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to piggyback on Director Koval, just want to clarify one piece too. So the fee that is paid at renewal is different than like an initial application. So when a licensee is in it, and Olivia, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but if an applicant will pay an application fee, and then when they are approved, they have 90 days, then their final license is approved by the board. They have 90 days from that approval to pay to, in essence, activate that license. When a licensee is going through the renewal process, they essentially prepay the renewal for the next year. So that is their renewal, their license fee that they are paying to renew for next year. So in instant, I don't believe it has happened thus far, but there could be theoretically an instance where a licensee goes through with their renewal application, they pay their license fee for the next year, and the board decides to not renew that license. So there is no, my broader point here to say more directly is that there is no application fee for the renewal. There is only the license renewal fee. And theoretically, the board could deny the renewal of a license and the licensee has already paid the renewal fee. So potentially identifying a disparity between.
So I think that our
second
point, and I think that the reason we added an extra meeting is because we don't want to see it's not so much the licensees, because the people at the top, it's their job to be on time. It's the 25 or 40, perhaps hourly employees who are gonna be without a paycheck. And that's, I think, what we really are concerned about. The licensees themselves, if they mess up, it's on them. But ultimately, there's that cascading, I use that term all the time, cascading effect of the people who are just there doing their job, and we don't want to see them hurt. So how do we kind of conclude this? So I don't need a, all right, so let's just to go back. If we can sort of think of maybe some creative ways, and maybe this is also part of red tape removal, that maybe we look at biennial, but then we add, I won't say red tape, but we add some dollar signs.
Yes,
And we remove the red tape, but we add the penalty.
I do agree. I think that will help tremendously because to Commissioner Roy's point, money does talk. And I think that's what people will understand and it'll help them remember. Essentially, you know, unfortunately, that's.
Please, thank you. But
It's just the flip side to the last conversation we
Yeah.
just had, really.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you. This is very helpful. So
Put a bow on it. So we'll work with the executive director.
I'm just announcing that I, again, am designating you two to take that on and work with the executive director to review this and then bring this back. This is going to come to the red tape. Is this like a separate issue from red tape removal or?
Honestly, if we can get it moving quickly, the next thing we're gonna do is testing, just like we threw in secret shopper with exclusivity, if we're ready. I don't think there's that much change in regulation, honestly. So it might be something we can fold in.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. That's very good conversation. And thank you. Boy, let's hope we get you fully funded. That'll make a difference for a lot of people. Okay, so we've anointed the biennial license renewal study group. Now we are moving on to the addition of Vernon Hill to the list of disproportionately impacted areas. And I will remind people, we spent $200,000 on a study with the Donahue Institute, looking at the census tract that had significant impact from the war on drugs, which we heard Dr. Johnson and Grayland speak about earlier today. And we had an additional study which overlaid both arrests and conviction, but also racial composition. We have not accepted that complete study, except we did have an individual who lived in one of the census tracts in Vernon Hill. And as we recall, even though Lawrence was never a part of that study, we added Lawrence to one of our areas. We set precedent with the city of Lawrence. And we added them to that list, and we have the authority to make that decision. So anyway, I'll turn this over to Commissioner
And
Roy.
thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, my colleagues, for entertaining this today. First, like you, I want to thank Mr. Alfredo Johnson, who shared his thoughtful testimony with us at our DIA public hearing. And, you know, he's had to move to an area because he lived in an area that we didn't recognize. And so I want to thank him for bringing it to our attention. I just have a short statement that I'd like to read. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, I am pleased to present for your consideration the designation of Vernon Hill Census Tract 7326 in Worcester as an area of disproportionate impact. This recommendation reflects the Commission's ongoing work to ensure that our equity framework is grounded in the lived realities of Massachusetts communities that have faced historic disadvantages prior to legalization and barriers to participation in the regulated cannabis industry. In alignment with Chapter 55, the Acts of 2017, current Commission regulations and guidance, this proposed designation recognizes that Vernon Hill Census Tract 7326 is home to many people of color. Immigrant,
Right, there are two up on the
Yeah, we're gonna address that. We
have to vote on them separately.
no, we already recognized 7327.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I
we
didn't
don't need that.
Okay.
But that's Vernon Hill cut in half. So
Gotcha.
Vernon Hill, okay, so if I may.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I just didn't
Yeah,
want you to.
Yeah. okay, where was I? All right, and it's okay. In alignment with chapter 55, the Acts of 2017, current commission regulations and guidance, this proposed designation recognized that Vernon Hill Census Tract 7326 is home to many people of color, immigrant communities, and lower income households who have not had equitable access to economic opportunities for participation in the legal cannabis market. Available data confirms that Vernon Hill displays the demographic and socioeconomic traits that Commission's guidance and regulations use for ADI designation, such as below average household incomes, lower educational attainment, marijuana enforcement, and concentrations of people of color in immigrant communities. Designating Vernon Hill Census Tract 7326 as an ADI would expand eligibility for social equity program and related benefits, and it would give local partners and licensees a clear focal point for targeted outreach, workforce development, and ownership opportunities. This is a deliberate step, according to the UMass Donahue Institute report, which ranked Worcester third overall among Massachusetts municipalities for disproportionate impact from drug enforcement, DI score 97.87, to ensure that communities historically on the margins of economic development and subject to marijuana enforcement before legalization can more fully share in the opportunities created by legalization. Thank you in advance for this discussion, deliberation, and subsequent vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Again, I apologize for interrupting. I didn't understand in looking in that map up there.
Yeah, so I think there was a little confusion. And so the executive director and I were messaging late last night on this. And so in looking at our, and I'll throw in the chat, in our own commission issued guidance, we do recognize Census Tract 7327. So really what's up for vote is Census Tract 7326. Now, prior, most of you know, I worked for the Sheriff's Department prior to being a commissioner. I was in charge of a community. I was, external affairs and community outreach. I spent a great deal of time in these census tracts. They are underserved communities. We did a lot of outreach in these communities. And so, I'd be proud to vote to recognize them today. Alfredo's story was quite compelling as well. And so, hopefully my colleagues agree with me. We had a similar instance in Great Brook Valley in Worcester, which, Great Brook Valley, we refer to it, it's not a census tract, that's a housing development. And we call it Great Brook Valley. And there are other neighborhoods that are in that census tract, but we just called it Great Brook Valley. Okay, and so and then we accepted that after the fact too. And so Vernon Hill is split in two, but these communities are arguably underserved. It is all of Vernon Hill. And, if you put them together, you would capture all of Vernon Hill. And so, hopefully my colleagues agree to expand economic opportunities for these folks. As we know, Worcester has a lot of dispensaries and licensees that this would help them with their positive impact plans, hiring people from this area as well. So I think it benefits our existing licensees and provides opportunities for folks that live in this, and it impacts families, right? If you give someone, if someone has a job with a great wage, then the family benefits as well. So anyway, I hopefully you agree with me, and I'd like to see us accept Vernon Hill today. That the census tract 7326.
And I'd like to point out that we got very positive review from Representative Russell Holmes.
Oh yes, he told us to accept Vernon Hill. He did. Yeah.
He said he applauded this, and he did. He said it was a good idea. So anyway, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to thank my colleague for bringing this back up. And I've tried to run and do a lot of homework on top of some homework I was originally doing when I saw this on the agenda on Tuesday. A couple of quick questions. And I've talked about this before, that census tracts cut through neighborhoods. That's kind of the conversation we're having now. Is there any part of the accepted footprint of Vernon Hill that is excluded from these two census tracts? I don't know the answer for that. So
wait, repeat that question. Is there any part of the Vernon Hill footprint?
Right.
No, this encompasses all. So if you put these together,
you put those,
you'll get all of Vernon Hill.
Okay. And just so everybody knows, 7327 was incorporated in the Getman study, it was not in the Donahue Institute study. So
Correct.
wedged between 7327, 7326, which is the census tract we're talking about. And what you see in the map is, Commissioner Roy, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not, that's everything on the other side of 290.
Yes.
290 is that,
Way actually.
290 is that.
In the street.
But
Yeah,
to the,
so
to the
that's-
left,
When you come
290
out of
is-
here and you cross over the highway,
Yeah.
it's on the other, you're right, it's on the other side of the highway.
And I know it's not on this map, but everything, I believe, if I looked at my maps correctly, everything on the other side of 290 is included currently in designated areas. So you have 7327, which we include, 7326, which we don't include, and likely everything on the other side
So
of
it's like-
290.
okay.
It's a little bit of an island.
Yes,
So-
right.
So,
Good point.
so I appreciate that, and, want to make sure we point that out. I think 7324 is another census tract, which might cover that Providence Street Historic District area. That one is included. So it is kind of.
It's like
this-
sandwiched around, it's in,
It's kind of this island around other designated impacted areas. I have, as we've talked about when we've talked about DIA communities before, hopefully I have articulately expressed my concerns about the use of census tracts. And, the gentleman who spoke to us, raising that concern. Since then, I have taken it upon myself. I've done some outreach to Kevin Gilnack. I've done some outreach to Worcester and Springfield to try to think of a long-term solution to this so we don't run into this problem again, in better use of census tracts, because people don't identify as being in a census tract. They identify, as this gentleman did, of being in a neighborhood. So I was a little reluctant until I did my homework to kind of cherry pick some of these opportunities. I'm feeling more comfortable now about adding Vernon Hill. However, I don't want the work to stop there. I want us to, and I have motion language, I hope you accept it as kind of a friendly amendment. I'd love to have a working group created so that we can look at this problem across the three largest cities where the census tracts have been used, try to come up with a better long-term solution to either identify neighborhoods, not use the census tracts alone, and come back to this committee and the commission in relatively short order, because we have my conversations with Director Williams. There's potential to open up another application round later this fall. I think we want to make sure that we're getting folks in who might not have been ineligible to apply because of this census tract issue. I also think we need to spend some time looking at our overall criteria for participation in the social equity program. I have some concerns about the residency piece, and that we're moving away from the folks that lived in these neighborhoods when the true war on drugs and prohibition on cannabis was being enforced. I have some concerns about that. And again, happy to bring that back for the full commission, but if at the appropriate time, and I'm happy to draft the hopefully friendly amendment language into the chat, and have that as part of the motion. And again, but the ED, I'd be happy to work on this. Commissioner Benedon sits on our social equity seat. Happy to have her work on it with me, but set a timeline to bring something back, potential changes, and do it well in advance of when this next round might open up. So
Talking about this for a long time.
yeah,
I thought you were gonna already be working on this.
I am. I've had conversations, as I said, with Worcester, Springfield, with Kevin Gilnack.
But I'm just saying, we brought the Donahue,
That's like separate from today.
yeah, I think it's separate.
Like,
Yeah. So could we ask you, based on, because again, we debated, we spent $200,000 on the Donahue report. And I don't disagree that we need to take, and I think this is a longer conversation to rethink the whole the whole social equity program and the residential, component therein. And again, this predated us. The original commissioners put this in place. We spent $200,000 and then we didn't accept the report. So this is why, and you and I both voted and Commissioner Roy voted to add Lawrence without any benefit of any data, any input, anything. We just put him in. So could I ask you to provide us with a report, maybe no later than April 15th, or how about 3 days? How about April 10th, whatever? I don't know what the calendar is.
What?
I know the 16th. So could you come back with whatever work you've been doing? I forget when we did this debate on the Donahue report. We're talking almost 5 months ago. So could you maybe capsulize your thinking in advance of the April 16th meeting, and then we can put that on. But I really think, it's important that we not bog this down, because every time we try to do this, it feels like there's more red tape or there's more prohibition. And Commissioner Roy has done a lot of work. She's worked with the executive director. I know you've been spending time, and we now have a new, we were for a long time without the so-called social equity commissioner. So if you and Commissioner Benedon would like to work on this and come back with something separate, maybe a whole rethink of the social equity program, but I just don't think that it's appropriate to once again deny this benefit to the people in this neighborhood so Commissioner Stebbins, so would you be willing to maybe work with Commissioner Benedon and come back with some recommendations to maybe rework the whole social equity program, or give us some initial thoughts? Because I'm assuming you've been working on this for a long time, and maybe we could.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that and happy to do that. And again, appreciate the conversation around Vernon Hill. I've learned a lot about Worcester just in 48 hours, understanding the neighborhood. And again, it isn't, I would ask for perhaps a little bit more time, maybe at one of our meeting dates in May, perhaps. But
I think to rework the whole social equity program, and I think we need to be, again, I think that 3 years ago, I raised the issue. I felt that we should not have spent an additional $1 million on advertising in another cohort, which I felt was kind of a bridge to nowhere. I think that we need to be looking at how we help. I don't know how many social equity provisional licenses are in the queue right now, but frankly, I think we need to be rethinking who's in the queue, how do we help them, take some of the guidance that we've gotten from Representative Holmes, and really see how we can focus on and target our efforts to support those provisional licensees that are social equity or EEA. I think that makes all the sense in the world, but I do think that we, should move forward on this, and then however long you'd like to take, I would go along with that. I think that would be great.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And, I raised my colleague's name without asking her if she wanted to work on this topic. So hopefully not in some type of agreement, but do just want to correct, when we did add Lawrence, there was a lot of work that was done by our team to go back and look at the data that neither the Getman study or the Donahue study had pulled. So there was data to back up, our inclusion for Lawrence, even though it was.
I thought they didn't provide us with the data. They didn't respond.
The data for both studies didn't align with whatever platform.
They didn't provide us with they didn't provide us with the arrest.
I believe they did, but I'll be happy to go back and make sure I'm not wrong.
I would love that to be part of the charge in terms of the review, even look at something like that, because it's my understanding that the reason they weren't included in I wasn't there for the Getman report, I was there for the Donahue report, and it was my understanding that the city, because they were a no city, if you recall.
They still are.
But I'm just saying, they did not provide us with that information. Now, the folks at the Donahue Institute may have done something additional, but it was my understanding they did not provide us with that information because they were a no city, and we made that decision. But anyway, we can go back and we can, redo that. But I think sort of like getting back to Commissioner Roy's motion, Commissioner Roy?
Before we vote on, I just want to make a point. So I wasn't here for the Getman study either. And I'm looking at 2018, Cannabis Control Commission minutes. And so census tracts change every 10 years, right? Don't they redo the census or can they make changes to the tracts or no?
That's how it's based.
I
Right,
don't think
so,
the tracks change. I think
No, the
obviously
census.
they gather changes.
so the tracts never change.
Don't change.
They do.
Do it.
So what I'm saying is we might not even be working on current tracks because this goes back to 2018. They probably changed it in 2020 and they're going to change it again in 2030. So maybe we need to look at what the current tracks are and if we are lining up with what's current census tract, because we might not be.
And again, if I may.
Please, thank you.
You know, part of the homework, reaching out to the city of Worcester, they did send me a census tract map. I'm hoping they have the most current. And I think it does, no, but I think it does align with what's on the, what's on the screen.
Tracks in our studies might no longer, they might not even be valid tracks anymore. So we need to look at that.
So sort of getting rid of, right, Commissioner Roy?
If I can.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sorry. I did get just a quick note in the chat from our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, who's back from paternity leave. Welcome back, Matt. He did say Lawrence did, after the report was discussed and follow-up was asked for, part of that was to get Lawrence PD to provide the information, and that happened. So
That was after we voted on it? Is Matt? No, anyway. We just get the information because it's my understanding that when we voted regarding the Donahue Institute, we did not have that, what is he saying? Can you just say what he's saying?
Sure. He says Lawrence did, after the report was discussed and follow-up work was asked for. Part of that was for us to ask Lawrence PD to provide the information.
But that was after the.
I believe it was after their vote.
Yeah, okay.
So anyways,
Okay, so, all right,
Ready?
all right, Commissioner Roy.
Okay, move that the commission designate Vernon Hill Census Tract 7326 in the city of Worcester, Massachusetts as an area of disproportionate impact for the purposes of the commission's equity programs, including but not limited to the social equity program, positive impact requirements, and any successor or related initiatives based on the neighborhood's demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, including its history of drug enforcement activity and its alignment with Commission's mandate to promote participation in the regulated cannabis industry by communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and furthermore, direct staff to 1, update the Commission's list of areas of disproportionate impact to include Vernon Hill, effective March 12th, 2026. Incorporate this designation into eligibility criteria and guidance for the social equity program and related equity initiatives, and work with the city of Worcester and community stakeholders to ensure that the benefits of this designation, including workforce development, technical assistance, and ownership opportunities, are accessible to residents and legacy operators from Vernon Hill.
Thank you. Do I hear, Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
aye.
Commissioner Benedon. Chair votes aye, it passes unanimously. We are tabling the update on the petitions process. But I would ask Attorney Gooden to come up just to sort of help walk us through, because I am trying to figure out and making sure, again, because the auditor raised questions about disparate treatment of licensees, I think it's important to have a better understanding of 30A, understanding the firewall between our investigations and enforcement, our legal team, and the commissioners. And so without going too far afield, it's my understanding that last week, even though at one of our meetings, our general counsel affirmed that the general counsel's office does not get involved in investigations and enforcement, but I had some reason to think that maybe that firewall was breached possibly a little bit last week. So I just want to make sure, one, we are held accountable. We are not supposed to have information as an investigation is open and enforcement and, you know, it moves its way through the process. So Tim, if you could just reconfirm, because I remember very clearly when our former general counsel, Christine Billy, it's a reason that our general counsel sits on one side and investigations and enforcement is on the other. As we walked through, it's my understanding, the investigations team, they're kind of like our police department. They go in, they investigate, they look for violations of policy, but also they can look for, potential criminal, right? They determine what happens at that early stage. Then enforcement counsel, you're like our DA, and then you prosecute based on the evidence that is brought there. As we know, for 2 years, we did not have hearing officer position. We did not use the hearings officer, and I have been told by licensees that it stymied a lot of access to the 30A process. I will point out that we were talking about Boston Bud, and it's my understanding that they actually missed originally the 30-day deadline that they actually had to appeal, and I'll provide you with additional information there, but it was around that whole Boston Bud thing about what we can and should be doing, how we enforce the law, what those timeframes are, because we've now seen, we have a couple of cases right now that are 3 and 4 years long. And one of the concerns that I have is, especially if we have a licensee that may potentially be assessed significant fines. We had assured testing, $300,000 fine plus a $10 late fee. But it's my understanding there are a couple of other investigations, enforcement actions that are in the pipeline that are now at the hearing stage. And in looking at the issue of receivership, I am concerned that just like we had a problem with the collection of fees from licensees, we know that we've collected, and thanks to our CFAO for documenting. I think that we, in our conversation the other day, in responding to an audit, we determined that something like 60 to 70% of the fees that should have been collected that weren't collected for 2 years, we are in the process of collecting that or have collected it. But, and thank you to the CFAO, she pointed out that it would cost us more money to do an audit or to do collections than we could actually probably get in. So one is, for 2 years, we failed to appropriately collect fees. But now we have a situation where we have a couple of investigations that seem to never be finalized. And it is not transparent, although it's been written about in the press, but it is not transparent to commissioners because we are walled off from that information. And in particular, we may have a licensee who owes money to other licensees, but who could potentially owe us hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if they go out of business, and we have pushed investigations off for years, and then they go out of business, the Commonwealth and the taxpayers of this Commonwealth and the citizens of this Commonwealth will be robbed of those fees. So just as it was inappropriate for us not to collect licensing fees, I think it's inappropriate for us not to have a timely and fully and robust process where we move this along, because the longer we wait, the more likely it is that we get stiffed, and that's inappropriate. So can you just sort of walk us through the timelines? Again, it's my understanding that Boston Bud kind of missed their initial, they had 30 days to appeal, and they didn't do it in a timely fashion. And now we're 4 years later. I don't know what, we basically did not accept what was recommended by staff because we said we didn't think that it was robust enough. We didn't think it was the right thing. We thought it should have been more strict And now they have gone to a hearings process. And I'm not even sure if now, we've already presented it in public meeting, and now apparently it's going to a hearings officer. So I don't understand what our role is, why it takes so long to get stuff to us. So could you kind of walk us through those deadlines? Because I think that we did it a little, but now as I hear these things getting pushed off longer and longer, and especially in the context of the conversation that we had with the CFAO about what the auditor is dinging us for, and we're kind of doing the same thing when it comes to potential fines that could be coming into the public funds. So can you just kind of walk us through what happens under 38? What are those timelines? And then why are these things taking so long? Can you kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, of course, Madam Chair. And you know, I just want to kind of preface my response here by just noting that, so I know this was added to the agenda this week. I was unfortunately out of the office for a couple of days this week, so I'm kind of catching up on this item in particular too. So
I just want to raise this now. I don't know how comfortable you are or prepared. I do understand that you know you were out for a little bit, so I respect and appreciate that. And this is also part of the conversation I had earlier. It's ensuring that the staff is doing what they're doing, that there is appropriate and fair and equal treatment of all licensees, and that ultimately the role of the commissioners is honored, respected, and that we get to do what we do, you guys get to do what you do. But having had the conversation the other day about the audit, we could be putting hundreds of thousands of dollars at risk by taking 2, 3, 4 years to finish and finalize something. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
yeah, absolutely. And Madam Chair, so I just want to, I want to kind of go through and hit some of the items that you mentioned as well. So when we're talking about, I want to kind of identify or start off by saying that a lot of the kind of firewall that we mentioned and how the investigations and enforcement team has worked with the board, with the executive director, with the legal team, a lot of that has been kind of a continuation of past practice. And I do think that it is appropriate to every once in a while revisit past practice, look to see is that the best way for us to go about doing that. And that is something that we are engaging in right now in conjunction with executive director, the legal department. Want to continue having the conversation with you. I feel like this is kind of a part of that overall conversation too. So just want to identify that where there are areas to improve. We're happy to look at those areas and try to offer suggestions to see if how we can go about changing that. And I think we're welcome or open to definitely hearing any suggestions that you all might have too. With respect to the firewall, I do think that it's important to note, I do not believe that we, the general counsel, executive director, anybody violated any of the past firewall issues. So one thing that's important to note, one, in certain instances, and I think this is generally you identify sometimes there are instances where our investigators will be out on site. They can identify something that might be criminal in nature or might have it might present other issues that could, you know, as an attorney, I'm issue spotting, trying to identify potential liability for the agency. Not only do I prosecute matters on behalf of the agency, but believe it is my job as an attorney for the agency to identify areas where there might be liability. Important to note, however, though, that the Enforcement Council does not represent the agency in external litigation. We are prosecutors for our internal administrative judicial process. So the General Counsel's Office more typically would either represent the agency or more often coordinate with the Attorney General's office to ensure that appropriate representation. The Attorney General's office is the primary attorney for any matters involving the Commonwealth, is my understanding there. And so they would have that coordination. So in some instances, just by a matter of necessity, we need to identify these matters for the general counsel so that if there is a liability to the agency, they are aware of it.
But how much information, and this is, I mean, again, because I have seen us overstepping the bounds, and in particular with Assured Labs. that was problematic. Okay, to me, I think that it was an usurpation of the commissioner's authority. And this is also where we have to be held accountable to be making those kinds of decisions. And when there is a potential criminal referral or a seizure of products, I mean, we have seized products on multiple occasions, I would assume. Yes, is that unusual?
We have, I wouldn't say that it's frequent, but we do have the authority through.
We've seized products.
Madam Chair, I don't know if I can answer that specifically right now. I want to go back and look so that I'm not speaking out of turn there, but I will just note that through our regulations, through our statute, we do have the authority to seize, direct further testing, et cetera, for any marijuana products that might be held in violation of the statute.
But you would know those rules and regulations. You understand what we can and can't do with seizure.
Yes.
Products, right? I mean, I would assume that there's, besides you and your chief of enforcement and investigation, that you probably have some of the deepest legal experience and you understand what our authority is to seize products, especially when there is potentially a criminal.
Yeah, I believe I have an understanding of that.
Yeah.
The statute.
Commissioner Roy?
regulations.
Very good. My question is more based around the firewall. So when I first became a commissioner, former executive director took me on a tour my first day and took me to the wing over here and said, this is where our general counsel sits. And then took me to the far other wing and said, this is where our chief of investigations and enforcement counsel. And he used the word firewall. There is a big firewall between. I'm going to read a statement and, let me know if you agree with me. Chapter 30A requires impartial adjudicators in administrative hearings, prohibiting combinations of prosecutorial, investigative, and decision-making roles that risk bias. True, right?
Madam Chair.
Please.
Yes, so Commissioner Roy, I would generally agree with that, but I'm going to pull the lawyer thing for just one second.
So I'm kind of giving you a leading question. And so when we hire the hearing officer, right in the hearing officer's job description says that they report to the general counsel. Right in the job description. So it might appear to compromise independence because if the general counsel is involved in any discussions with enforcement counsel or the executive director in the investigatory phase, knowing that it might end up with a hearing officer who in their job description says they report to the general counsel. So my concern is I feel the firewall has been substantially diminished, if not completely eliminated here currently. And we need to rebuild that firewall so that there isn't an appearance of bias. So to the executive director, it's in the job description, they oversee the hearing officer. And so this is what I was told first day in the job as a commissioner, there's a firewall and we adhere to it. And I don't know if that's being adhered to anymore.
So if I could also say, and this is also one of the concerns, sorry. We keep hiding behind the fig leaf of liability. That we keep hiding behind the fig leaf of, oh, we really, really had to do it because we really, really had an emergency. It was, and I'm finding that, and this is why I am asking for a definition, and maybe if there's anywhere in the statute or regulations that defines minor, but I have asked the question about, we are told we can't talk about testing fraud. And I'm getting a little far afield here because liability. But then I'm worried on the other hand, that we're not worried about liability in terms of us not doing our job, holding testing labs accountable. And so I worry that we are spending so much time worrying about this sort of boogeyman of liability, as opposed to maintaining the strict rules, statute, regulation, keeping that firewall in place. And so if you folks don't have the legal expertise to answer a question about maybe seizure of products, I think you do. I don't think you need any advice about liability? Because you've seized products before, correct? In the past?
And Madam Chair, I just want to be clear too, in terms of, we're not necessarily identifying that this is a question that we have in certain circumstances. We are noting that it's providing pure informational, for purely informational purposes in a similar manner. No, I'm sorry. It's not even necessarily that. What we're saying is similar to how members of the board receive high-level updates that do not get into the specifics of a particular investigation. Sometimes it is necessary to provide that same update to the general counsel for purposes of protecting the agency from potential liability, but without getting into the specifics. Like I noted, the general counsel's office does not supervise or oversee the prosecution of any matters. The general counsel's office, I am not going to speak for the general counsel's office in terms of their oversight of the hearing officer, but my understanding is that the hearing officer is independent from the general counsel. The general counsel is not directing the hearing officer to make specific decisions. The hearing officer presents a recommended decision to the board. That decision is not proofread not signed off on by the general counsel before it goes to the board. So while they do sit under hired and supervised, but not directly overseen, they're not checking their work. But again, I would defer over to the general counsel to clarify what. And I would defer to the general counsel in terms of what the extent of that supervision is. I'm not in that department. I do not oversee the hearing officer. We are an adversarial body.
Commissioner Bennett, all right, and I think that we can wrap this up because I think that I've gotten some pretty good information here. Commissioner Bennett.
So the general counsel is a chief level position who works for the agency. So in my view, the general counsel is not simply providing legal guidance to the board as adjudicators, but rather is responsible for providing legal guidance and making sure that the agency as a whole is in compliance with applicable laws. With all due respect to Enforcement Counsel Gooden, and I think very highly of you and your work, I don't see that role as being in a position of serving as legal counsel for the investigations team. I view the general counsel as still being the legal counsel for I&E, not Attorney Gooden. And that's no disrespect to you. I don't know if you view it that way either. And if we feel that our general counsel should have nothing to do with the investigations and enforcement team, then maybe we need another person of a general counsel equivalent position who provides legal guidance and support to that part of the agency. But I view that as the general counsel's role.
Commissioner Roy.
Is it not true that the legal department advises the commissioners when they review hearing officers' recommendations?
They do, absolutely. But I think that the general counsel or others in the legal department can advise the commission and also advise the investigations and enforcement team on their legal obligations without getting involved in any particular enforcement matter.
If I may.
Please, thank you.
So just going back to our earlier discussion and my work with Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Roy, I'd be happy to review the dotted line, so to speak, of the hearing officer, the hiring process, how it's set up so that they are making independent decisions, bringing that and going in front of the board where the general counsel is representing the commissioners, enforcement counsel is the prosecutor, and go through that whole process in that setting, bring that back and that framework. Does that make sense?
But I also think it's really important because we keep hearing about what I feel is overstepping bounds or prevent. We have a very one-sided view of what liability is. And that is what, and maybe it's in practice, not in policy or not in process. And it's what's been happening. And that is probably why I'm asking this question, because as you know, I walked in and I was told you have to leave because this is a 30A issue. So if I am precluded as the chair from walking in and there is an issue and I can't hear any information about something you're dealing with at a very high level, and we did get some very high level information and we're being purposefully vague here, that if I am prevented as a commissioner because of 30A, I think that the same applies to our general counsel and to our, well, maybe not our executive director. So because our executive director should not be involved in adjudicating or or making decisions. And so that's why you should be privy when this information comes in. You absolutely should be privy because you're managing and you're overseeing these guys. So we can maybe come back to this issue, but this is the firewall. What is the executive director's job? What are your jobs? What are our jobs? And we need to look at statute. And again, I'm glad you raised past practice because I believe that past practice, we didn't even have a hearing officer for 2 years. And we denied, I think potentially denied, I'm not saying denied, I don't know, but may have denied people a fulsome right to the 30-day due process that they deserved. And now we have these people hired, they've been hired for 6-7 months, something like that. So anyway, all right, why don't you, we can.
I just, if I may,
Sure.
think this would be great because we'll work together on that. And my concern with the lack of the firewall is if the general counsel oversees the hearing officer, risks arise if loyalty to the agency compromises neutral adjudication. If we get a decision for a recommendation from the hearing officer and the general counsel advises us on that, see what I'm saying? It starts to get bleeds and it gets a little in the gray area.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and just I wanted to I'll absolutely respond to Commissioner Roy, the point you're just making, and Commissioner Benedon, I want to give you a little bit of background too in terms of like how processes generally work. So if I'm able to kind of go through those two areas. So Commissioner Roy, on the point that you're raising there, just want to speak kind of generally on this point. We've been looking into this a little bit more kind of based on kind of, all right, past practice, revisiting, looking into seeing, all right, what might we be able to do or what would be the best practices moving forward. And so courts have generally identified tolerable and intolerable levels of involvement. So those are areas that we'd want to look into. What you're identifying is you see a risk of an intolerable involvement there, and whether or not that is the case, we'll definitely continue to look into that so that we can more properly advise the board here. And also, I know this is like an area where we are collaborating to make sure that the agency is best supported there and is receiving the best legal advice. Commissioner Benedon, in terms of your kind of background, first off, no offense taken, absolutely, totally understand what you're saying there. In the past, how the Enforcement Council has generally been used by the Chief of Investigation and Enforcement, the Enforcement Council will provide general advice or legal advice to the investigations team based on the implementation and enforcement of our regulations. I will say that more frequently too, we have been, if the Enforcement Council team drafts an opinion saying, hey, this is our view of what the requirement is and what appropriate enforcement could look like, we will oftentimes work with the legal department too to identify that, hey, this is the advice that we've provided. Can you double check us on this? Can we get another legal opinion on this as well? And that is primarily for the benefit of the overall agency. Mm-hmm. So I agree with the sentiment that you're saying there, but also too, in terms of past practice, the Enforcement Council team has sometimes served as counsel to the investigations team. And I do believe that part of that was a result of trying to keep a bit of that. And I always heard the term small F firewall, not necessarily needs to be hard and fast separation, because I do think that there are a lot of areas where it requires, and I think there's a benefit to the agency to have collaboration between kind of the two legal shops in the agency to make sure that.
Sure. So, you know, and a point well taken. Thank you. So to Commissioner Benedon's point, you know, maybe we have to think creatively about it. So if the general counsel, if the job description of the hearing officers report to the general counsel supervises the hearing officer, then maybe someone else in legal could be the liaison to enforcement, not the general counsel, right?
I think we actually had that at one point in time and then.
Oh, okay. Yes, we did. And maybe we need to revisit that. So maybe out of the legal team, other than the general counsel who oversees the supervisors and they report to him, maybe we have a liaison to you both from legal.
Yeah, I think predating you, we actually did that before we actually hired outside hearings officer. We had an internal member of the legal team who was involved, who does provide some expertise here. But that is actually, I believe, how it operated before until the firewall shifted in a different position. And then basically we did not have the ability to utilize that hearing officer process, even internally, walling someone off from legal team. And frankly, I would actually ask Attorney Ledzinski to maybe have a conversation as we're looking at potentially developing new processes and new ways that we can enforce the firewall. Maybe you can share, and I know that you have shared one memo and maybe you have another memo, but basically this is some of the institutional knowledge that I think can color how we look at past practice, but how we can develop the best new practices. So again, it's getting kind of late and I don't know if you're taking I'm assuming you're missing a train already. So, we're not going to get you to the 4. I think it's 4:30 train, right? Yeah, you've already missed the 4:30 train. So, but anyway, okay, thank you. I think that this has been an excellent conversation. Just quickly, only because, and I will say, we have our official media and our unofficial media. So one of the things I just would like to get some clarification from Commissioners Benedon and Stebbins, because of open meeting law, I didn't know that the meeting, and I think that the executive director went to this meeting as well with the Attorney General's office. So maybe for everyone's edification, just maybe a quick 5-minute 411, what the meeting with the Attorney General's office was, what came out of that. Because again, we read things in a blog, and that's when I find out about something. And so I just want to make sure we're all sharing the same information. And it sounds like it was a good meeting, that there were good conversations had, but maybe you can just, clarify what the meeting was, how we can better coordinate with the Attorney General's office, because especially if we do have any potential referrals that'll be going to the Attorney General's office for any criminal referrals or other enforcement of consumer protection laws, it would be great to kind of get a little bit of an update on the conversation that you had. And I think that we can talk about that here. So would you mind?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I'm happy to.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to elaborate on this because I had previously brought it up and mentioned it just in the opening updates at a prior meeting shortly after Commissioner Stebbins and I had that meeting. And so I really do want to reiterate that this was a very brief, I think it was less than 15-minute introductory meeting that Commissioner Stebbins and I had with representatives of the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division, purely for the purpose of learning.
Was the executive director there too?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I did not know this. Okay.
Purely for the purpose of learning whether they had taken action from a consumer protection standpoint. We did not discuss at all the issue of criminal referrals. My recollection is that did not come up at all. It was not the point of our discussion. We weren't meeting with any representatives of any criminal division or bureau within the Attorney General's office. We were just interested to know whether they had received consumer protection related complaints related to cannabis operators. And the response they gave us was that they had not, but then they also pointed out that that there's an additional division within the Attorney General's office, the Consumer Advocacy and Response Division, which is a division within the office that receives thousands and thousands of consumer complaints a year, maybe tens and tens of thousands of consumer complaints a year about everything related to vehicle extended warranties, robocalls, and calls when people were on the do not call list. I think might be like some very high percentage of the complaints. So some are very small items and some are big. We were not meeting with that team, and they suggested if you're interested to know whether we have ever even received a complaint from a consumer, that would be the team to talk to. But those people were not at that meeting. And so we didn't have that meeting or that discussion, and we don't have that information.
Do you think that maybe we could even invite someone from that office to maybe talk about how we could collaborate, and then we can all talk about it? I don't know if they would do something like
regarding the consumer focus, or
well, again, I didn't know. You know what I mean?
Actually, I have a question.
Commissioner Roy.
So when we did that product, what was the advisory? What was it called? What's the portal called? Instead of doing a product recall, we listed all the products on it. What's the name of
Public Health and Safety portal.
portal?
Yep.
Now, should we have notified that division just to give them a heads up when we listed all those products? Just wondering.
No, but I'm just wondering if it makes sense, because we can't all go and meet with them, but maybe we could ask someone from the Attorney General's office to maybe talk to us about how we could better collaborate with them to protect consumers. Then we can all be in the room. You know what I mean? That might be, and again, I only because you talked a little bit about it and then it got written about, and then it got written about in a way that was like, that's weird. That's not, you know what I mean? So I just want to make sure, but we might want to invite someone from that office to come and talk to us. I mean, again, maybe they would, I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to note that Commissioner Bennett, on the feedback from the board last time, did ask if they would be amenable to setting up 2x2s, but obviously you're presenting a potential other way for that conversation, so I don't know if that.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, I know on our to-do list is a product recall process, and yeah, our licensees have one, but we have other ways, right, to freeze it where, you know, administrative holds, and but maybe we let them know that, and once we do stand up a process, share it with them, so they're aware of it. And if in the unfortunate event that we have a product recall, then they're already aware of our process, and then we could let them know.
And I assume they have some probably better outreach and communications on consumer issues than we can afford. They're better funded. So Mr. Stebbins?
Yeah, just to pick up on Commissioner Roy's point, you know, for this group that we haven't met with, kind of the main intake unit within the AG's office on consumer issues, that might be the appropriate group. But all of a sudden they started getting flooded with calls, they could certainly refer either over to
Consumer Advocacy and Response Division.
Card
unit.
Oh, Commissioner Bennett.
I'll note that that unit, where anybody can submit a consumer complaint. Like I said, I received a robocall despite being on a do not call list.
Right.
They publicize their data. They have a database that is publicly available and searchable with the tens of thousands of complaints that they've received. And so I went on it and did a search, and just in my preliminary searching, granted of tens of thousands of listings in this like spreadsheet, I didn't see anything involving cannabis. But yes, after that previous meeting, when we talked about this, there was some social media reporting that the Attorney General's office has never taken enforcement action. And I have no idea if that's true. I certainly never said that was the case. We only were meeting with the Consumer Protection Division, which said that they have never received a referral for consumer enforcement.
No, but this is why I think it's important that we talk there, because this is also like the rumor mill, and you know what I mean, and things that it's like, what is the game of telephone where one and then it gets, you know, then it gets printed, then people are talking about it, but it might not be a bad idea to, you know, ask them, and maybe this is not, you know, an important issue. So not an important issue, but if you've, you know, done some research and that's not where people are calling, people are, you know, maybe more looking to us, but we may find as we open public data and also improve our COAs that there may be more people as consumers looking at some of those issues. So anyway, I appreciate the update. And again, it's just making sure, because we have open meeting law limitations, we don't get to all have these conversations together. So I appreciate the update. So that's helpful. Any other questions that people want to raise at this point in time? And any new business not anticipated at the time of posting? Okay, so the next meeting date is Monday, and I think it's 10:30. Can we just flip this? Yes, so Monday, March 16th, it's going to be remote at 10:30 a.m. And also to publicize, March 18th, we're having a public listening session, which is going to be hybrid at 10 o'clock. In the morning, we are going to be looking and listening to feedback I want to applaud the work of Danny Carson, who is a colleague of Lorna McMurray, who died. We're coming on, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago today, this month. Anyway, in the morning, it's going to be a worker safety, and then in the afternoon, it's going to be taking input from stakeholders and the public regarding a potential freeze on expanding canopy in Massachusetts. So anyway, just wanted to note that. So unless there are any questions or concerns from my fellow commissioners, like Commissioner Benedon, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until March 16th remotely at 10:30 a.m. Do I hear motions? Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We unanimously adjourn until the 16th. Thank you, everybody, and thanks again, Tim. We appreciate it.
Yeah.